got this one life, just got this one life. I'd like to think that it would go on forever, but I've got just one try. Yeah, I've got this one try. I remember when we were kids, you lost your parents, I heard the hymns. I swore that day that I would love you forever, if those were my last words, if those were my last words. I might never be a captain on a yellow submarine,
I might never be an actress on a giant silver screen,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old, we grow old with me. When we grow old, we grow old with me. You've got this one light that shines all my life.
Just like a rose blooming out from this desert,
Oh, I saw these two eyes. Yeah, I saw your two eyes. I might never be a singer who's been knighted by the queen,
I might never be a model in a fashion magazine,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old, we grow old with me. When we grow old, we grow old with me. As people dance from your window, if you see an Irish band, and there I stand, guitar in hand, asking for my love if I could be a man. And it's all when we grow old with me.
I'm fed up with changes. Come pick me up, cause I just wanna see the light. I wanna be weightless. Teach me to fly, I won't be coming down. Could somebody wake me up? I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. Yeah, I just see her face wherever I look. She's standing in the crowd. So let go, I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, let a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. Cause I just wanna see the light. so sick of waiting and getting too restless to be in this dusty town. I've heard of this place where people forget and you get another try. So come open up my door. I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. I won't see your face wherever I look. I'm blinded by the light. So let go. I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, died a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. 'Cause I just wanna see the light. Yeah, I just wanna see the light.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for fun.
Patrol.
Hello, fuck. Hi, how's it going? How's it going, chat? Yeah, it's gone well there, hasn't it? Lovely stuff, brilliant work. Yeah, just what you need. Just what you need in a day like today. It's just phenomenal. Just solid 5 out of 7, perfect score, mate. Just don't know what you're chatting about. Perfect fucking score. Ah, oh, dearie me. Bye bye. Ah, you thought it froze again. What's happened there is I forgot to push the button. And we're off! Coming up today! I couldn't... I was like, this will be fine. I'll just... Find me a good one and I'll sign them up. Norden, thank you so much for the 2 months. And Grant Harrison, thank you very much for the 21 months. It nearly worked. It nearly worked. Problem was, I forgot to press play on the fucking music before I did it. Ah, I was this close. I'm not even going to try a third time. How's it going, chap? Perfect day for a stream, hey? Lovely old Tuesday. HDA, thank you for the 21 months as well. A lot of 21 months today.
Big 21 months. Thanks for the amazing stream and intro.
Have you been watching a different stream? Thank you, man. That's very kind of you. Yeah, well, should we just do intros for the next 4 hours? Because I'm totally down with that. We could do all sorts. I could get hats out. Maybe some special fancy dress costumes to go with it. Ooh. Oh, dear. Oh, my goodness. Right. Well, I'll let this play out. 24 months for Paul and Ray. That's 2 years.
So the years watching the Altzokist streamer where we have learned to wish people we have been on our world tour learned about Norway, Ireland, women love other crazy named team but we all watch for the perfect intro like what just happened. Great content Matt the world of Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday are so much fun.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. And thank you for the 24 months while we're at it. You know what? Just looked at so you can see the chat. That would work. That would work. Maybe I'll do that for the next April Fool's one. So I can pretend to be incompetent rather than the other 364 days a year where I just am incompetent. It's fine. One of those will hit the target every single time. Ah, oh, dearie me. How are we on this fine Tuesday, chatto? I can hear again. My hearing is back. Things you love to hear, I guess. Oh, God. This is the first stream I've done in 2 weeks where I can actually hear out my left ear. It is a glorious time to be alive. I no longer feel like I'm going to fall off my chair. Well, other than, you know, the rampant drunkism. But that's a totally different side note. Oh, dear. So, yes, you might notice here, by the way, we're worth £1.1 billion as well. James and Kathy, thank you both of you for the 7 months.
Another month of happiness. Happy ED7 months anniversary.
Yeah. The ED7 month anniversary is a very important one, all the way to a Twitch babby. Back in stereo mode. It's beautiful. I can wear headphones again, everything. 1.1 billion as well. What did I say? I don't know. What did I say? It's a tough one to work out these days. Hey, Marco, how's it going? So, yeah. So we've had some newbies in, because you might recall that over the last sort of 6 months in stream, we were kind of just going, that's a player. Sign that guy. That's a player. sign that guy. Well, they all turned up at once. So I think the first thing we should really do is just take a little look through some of them. This is fun. This is really, really fun. Some of them are all right. Some of them are not all right. You know, normal people stuff. So, yeah. We'll ignore that for a second. It's all the guys that came in January. God, this is such a long scroll. All of these guys, this huge chunk of players here, are all the guys that came in. It's exciting. Some of them are good. Some of them are not so good. But that's fine. We didn't exactly spend a lot of money, apart from ignoring him. Everyone apart from him. We spent a lot of money on him. We're in the rankings. We're technically 7th in terms of what our actual ranking is. However, if we play our cards right this season, it could be 4th. That's how much it could go up in one season. Any job offers? No. Weirdly, no. But then, where would we go?
It's been a little while and one of the reasons for this is that we recently found out that my pog is pregnant. The pill is a scam, but it's nice to see you all.
That's incredible. A baby questionable penguin. Baby penguins are fucking cute as hell. That's what you're in for. Holy shit, that's amazing. Congratulations, questionable penguin, and to Mrs. Questionable Penguin. So basically, Pog. Mrs. Pog. A little Pog. Little tiny Pog. Thank you for the 26 months while we're at it. That's insane. That is a long-ass streak. I'm just going to put some players on the screen while we talk about this. So yeah, Kevin Mimich was one of the guys. 16 years old. 700k. Value shoots up. He's fine. It's nothing spectacular. He's just a little bit fine. You get a double win. That's true. You get double transfer window. It's crazy. I couldn't resist showing some of the guys off in that video, honestly, because normally I don't. I save future transfers for the following year. But with some of the players we have, I mean, this is the one we all wanted to see. The pill is a scam. Well, clearly, in this case. Oh, he's just so good at that. Like, to be this good at the age that he is, there's a player here. 6'6", 16 years old. Good heading, solid-ish marking, great tackling. He's really got quite low jumping reach, but that will come in time. He's very brave. He has low aggression, and he's somehow, despite the sheer amount of money we dropped on this guy, he's still worth that amount of money. That's kind of mental. I think with him, we've got an absolute monster for the future. Just an absolute beast. And he has a resolute personality. That and driven, I bloody love. Yeah, he's very brave, which I think is hopefully going to make up for the lack of aggression. I'm not sure how you even do those things. Like, he will go into a burning building to rescue a lady's cat, but if you get in a bar fight, he'll be out the door faster than you could say hello. So, you know, you've got to take what you can get with a player like this, but I like him. And he's good on both feet. He's just going to be an out... Yeah, the jumping reach thing I'm hoping will come with time because of his height. He's the Moroccan Mate. Hopefully he'll be better than Mate, honestly. I think he's got the potential to do exactly that. So he's exciting. We've obviously got the Turkish chap, but he won't join us for ages yet because of the rules. Sharoba was £27,000. He's rubbish. But he was one of those guys we picked up on the super cheap. You just never can tell until they fully join you. We got Basilio, same kind of story, 59 grand. He's rubbish. Any weird second nationalities? Not on these guys, I don't think. The weirdest one we've got at the moment, of course, is our Romanian Beninese goalkeeper. He's pretty sick. We've got Swanetsky, who I think is actually a relatively solid keeper. Ignoring the aerial reach, which is a standard issue. Look at that value. James Matty, thank you very much for the 16 months. Hope you're well on this fine Tuesday. This one, I think we really have lucked out on. Look at that price. If I could. There it is. 350 rising to 375. He's worth over £20 million already. He's ridiculous. Great kicking too. Great reflexes. Great... Well, lots of good stuff. Just the aerial reach, really, about him. He's got great natural fitness too, which I'm guessing is not super important on a keeper, but I think we were umming and ahhing over this guy for ages, and then I think I just kind of went, nah, fuck it, I'm going to sign him. And then, boom, success. There's a couple more as well. There's obviously a few more that are going to come in later, too. We got Conceição, 650 grand. We did get a draw. Sorry, we got Bayern Munich. I did put it in the Discord. I realized we didn't do the Champions League draw on the last stream. It's like we always do, and I just forgot to do it. Yeah, he was £650. Another great keeper. Look at the values on these keepers. Some of the keepers we've been bringing in lately are poggy, and hopefully we can get them some loans, because some of the other Irish sides could do with a good goalkeeper. That's all I'm saying. We also got, Vitesse van Bijnen. Yeah, that's right. Who did Dundalk get? Dundalk got Liverpool. So, they've had it. Basically, they've had it. But they got there, and that's the main thing. I can't believe this guy. Look at this. Just a random 5-star dude from PSV. That's the second time in this save we've grabbed one of these. How much was he? I forgot. It was basically nothing. 900 grand. And then lastly, Jonas Beck was the guy, £450,000. He's actually okay attribute-wise. 17 years old. There's still quality in here. We've still made a shitload of cash back, hopefully, anyway. I don't think I sold anybody, per se. I don't think I had to at that point. Did I sell anyone extra? Nah, that's all the stuff we already knew about. There is still a few future transfers, of course, I think. We've still got loads of them. We've got Juan de Oliveira, who's crap, but he was cheap. Maybe it'll be better. Danilo Arias, who he's a bit better than that. He's a striker, can't run really to save his life, but that's fine. He's Uruguayan. You'd love to see a Uruguayan. And we've got Ernest Bell, who again I picked up because very, very cheap, but also, more importantly, we've got Khan Yildiz, who won't join us, of course, until, well, like a full 2 years from now. It's going to be a while. It's going to be a while. Ignoring this for a second, I suspect that he's actually better than that because we had him scouted 100% at 5 stars, basically. Not even 5 stars. It was like 4 and a bit extra as well. So I think he's actually going to be better than that. And I think he's going to be a really solid central midfielder. Also, with him having 2 more years in Turkey, he can hopefully get some game time for Fenerbahce now. I would not be surprised if he starts playing regularly for Fenerbahce during that period. So he's pretty... Yeah, again, very brave. You're right. For a central midfielder, and he's got decent tackling, which is an unusuality for one of our central mids. They usually be... quite not tackly, but the thing is he's got the good composure. If we can get him working on something, he's just going to be a decent player. That's my hope anyway. Great teamwork, work rate. The real shebang, the real shadeal. I don't know. So as for the other Irish sides, Sligo also got their draw, which was yeah, Lokomotiv Moscow. Maybe they could get through that. I don't know. It's not going to be easy for them, and I think it will rely on us a lot today. Certainly wants to go home. True, but he's not Uruguayan, he's Colombian. Bloody him. He actually said he was happy to stay right at the end of the video. I just didn't put it in. But yeah, I don't know what that was about. It was very, very weird. He wasn't homesick or anything because there is actually a mechanic for that. But he never triggered it. It just said that he'd be unsettled if he didn't get to move to Junior FC. And I'm like, mate, I don't understand you. I just don't understand. Exactly. We'll forget about him entirely. And all of a sudden, £13 million player. Sorry, Shannon. Let you down there, bub. He'll be out on Saturday. Future transfers never get picked for the club. How do you mean? I haven't really got any good draws. I think Bayern is actually an okay draw when you look at... They're not the Bayern of old. Bayern and Barca in this save are not draws that you can actually be too bothered about. They're just not capable of doing what they used to be able to do in this save. They are not like back-end Champions League contending sides anymore. They regularly get knocked out in like the quarterfinals pretty much every season. We've beaten them fairly comfortably in the past. Actually, not Bayern, but with Barcelona we definitely have. Oh. Hello, Daz. How's it going? Yes, the draws aren't great, but it doesn't matter because today we get to focus on doing some transfers because we've got £108 million to spend and a pretty poggy wage budget to go with it. And more importantly, 500 players on the list. I went round and did another little round of it just to see what would happen. So, obviously, a lot of them won't be scouted, but I don't even care. We're just going to look at people because why the hell not? We might be able to take... We're going to be taking an inordinate amount of punts today, is all I can say. And I don't mind. We could drop 50 million on punts and it won't matter. We've got 80 million quid in the bank. Our club is worth £1.1 billion. It's good signs. Good signs. Some Pats and Derry new players. Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think we need to take more punts today. I'm willing to do punts up to like 2 or 3 million now. How good is the A+ dude? If it's the Ajax dude, then probably very. I think the issue with him wasn't so much that he wasn't good, it was his price. Oh, wait, hang on. He's been fully scouted now. Yeah, it's the price. Any position? Oh, hell no. We're past the point of focusing on positions now. Our squad is great. I'm just looking for anyone good at this point. We're kind of punts. We'll find a guy called Lots of Punts. Yeah, he's a bit good, isn't he? To be that good at 18. He'll have Greek caps within the year. He's fast. He's got good crossing, good dribbling, good passing, no tackling ability. How many scouts? I think 20. Might be more. Might be 21. It's a lot of money dropping punts, isn't it? Yes. Yes, it is. That's the point. Obviously... You know, we still got to be temperate about it. We still got to think about value with those. But I'm willing to do a little bit more of, like, just prospecting, if you like. Don't make any appearances for the current club, even when they... Oh, okay. That's interesting. That kind of sucks. Hopefully, this will be the exception that proves the rule, but I'm not holding my breath on that now. Punts. Could I interest you in Pumas? That's the closest we're going to get, I suspect. Imagine if his name was Alberto Punto. Pablo Punto would be good. In fact, he would be good because he's got 10 caps for Chile and is an okay player. Obviously completely useless in our current scenario. Wow, 121 goals for Colo Colo too. Not bad. No one called punts though. Sad times. Asher Prince with the 11 months. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mato and Chateau.
Good morning to you too, my friend. How are you on this fine Tuesday? So I think the first, I mean, it's an early one, I realise, but I don't think there's any other admin I need to catch you up on. It might just be time for the lesser spotted very early continue, to be fair. I did a couple of, oh, by the way, oh no, there is a couple of things. I put a bid in for Victor Bermanatz from Chelsea, from Bayern Munich. You know, that striker. See if something here. Sheneman, thank you for the 2 months. That's very kind of you. Hope you are well too. I'll get you that video out. Don't worry. It's coming out Saturday, 12 p.m. Promise. I'm recording it all tomorrow. It's scripted out perfect. Yeah, I tried to sign him because I just thought, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just have a go. I offered him 150 grand and I really shouldn't have. 150 grand a week is what I offered him. And obviously he's joined Chelsea on, well, way more money than he's even on at Bayern. So it was worth a go, right? When you have a player like this leaving on a free, I felt that we could give him something. But that's just how it is, right? It would have been nice to get him in for a couple of years, even if it was on moon money, but I'm always kind of glad we didn't now because it would have completely broken our wage structure. I know, Scott, did you see him on, he was on Neighbours yesterday. Em put a picture of it in the Discord. She was off work yesterday and she was watching it on Channel 5. She was just like, she sent this album and I saw it come up and it just said photo album from Pog. I was like, what the hell's this? 20 minutes later when I was done recording, I looked at it and it was just loads of pictures of Harold Bishop that she'd taken of the television. So there we go. Let's get a Harold Bishop Ultras in a nice early one. Just celebrate the life of Harold Jacob Bishop. It's not his middle name. I've just given him one. I've assigned it. I'm just going to push it now. And a 5 and 4 and 3 and a 2 and a 1 and get your Harolds up.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
And I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse, with sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse, with sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Sorry, Norden. All subs are final. It's just how it is. Oh, dear. Yeah, no, this Chelsea team are actually insane. Yeah, this was the guy. Yeah, this is the story with Bermanetz. It's Blipman. Thank you very much for the follow. So Bermanetz was the guy we looked at after Juliet left, and we were considering trying to pick up. We kind of went. We went for a Vosterek instead because he was cheaper, and I regretted it because he ended up being Juliet's strike partner for ages for Croatia. He might still be an international. I know. Let's see. Yeah. Wait, no, he retired internationally last year. So he still went on a little bit. What is it with Croatian players and retiring from international football really early in this save? I know, I saw that Margot Robbie will be coming back. That's awesome. I think it might have been you, actually, that sent that to me, Bills. I don't know. Someone definitely sent it to me. I think it might have been you. Harold Wayne Bishop. Wait, hang on. He actually has a middle. I love that kind of depth. You just don't get that kind of depth with other TV shows. This is why Neighbours is number 1. I'm just saying. Still in the age group for the big clubs. Yeah, I feel like with Fenerbahce, maybe he won't get it this year, but he might get it... maybe next year? Deep law, exactly. Juliet ain't coming back. He signed a new contract with Man United, albeit like a short extension, but he's still not for sale. Wait, he's actually... I can't even ask his agent, annoyingly, because it's still like... Yeah, just signed a new contract. So even if he wanted to talk to us, which he probably would, but... Because he does have a... Unfortunately, we don't have favoured club because he won't bloody here long enough, but also, we at least have, you know... We have a familiar relationship with him. He does like us, if nothing else. But it ain't happening. But yeah, so Bermanetz went to Chelsea. Shameful times. Now, the loan farm. He's down to 49 because a few players came back and left, and Andy wouldn't go back out on loan. I did give him a new contract, though, so we'll still get that sorted. We did, however, get some extra loanees out. I'm going to try and find them now. Actually, I'll just filter it by this so you can see who the new ones are. Yeah, that's quite a lot of loans. Quite a lot of new loans I managed to get sorted. So first things first, Uwalabi, one of the Nigerian... stray players, if you like, went to Athlone Town because reasons. We got... Oh, great. Cheers, FM. We got Nico Schmitz to Bray Wanderers. But again, it's neither here nor there with players like that. We got Jonathan Hammond, who was that youth player that we got a couple of seasons ago. He's got a load of Shelbourne, so that's kind of nice. We also got... There's a few better ones than that too, though. This is a big one. Lane. Lane has got a loan to Shamrock Rovers. I was so happy when I got this one over the line. Any other goalkeeping signing other than Livakovic? I don't really understand. David Fell, thank you very much for the 6 months. We don't have a goalkeeper called... We had Vidovic and...
Keep up the great work. Intro side.
Intros aside. No, we keep the intros in there. The intros are staying. Outcast to Icons. Holy shit, Blocker. Which one? I have actually done... well, technically 3 if you count the stream one, but that's not visible anywhere anymore. I wasn't uploading VODs at the time there. A Kuln kit. Show me. Let's go. Show me your Kuln. Come on. I like it. It's clean. I like the lightning stripe. I feel like Tampa Bay Lightning could wear this kit too. Obviously, they'd have to change the badge, but that's fine. It's a Hummel kit. You usually can't go wrong with a Hummel kit. They're usually pretty poggy. It's already got... Why has it got such a low rating? Oh, it's not... I thought this was their site, and they'd somehow ranked their own kit badly. That would be bad. Yes, the Scamrock got Lane. That's a great piece of business. They've done some good stuff, actually. We got... Oh, the other ridiculously good Nigerian, the one I think is much, much better, Namadi has gone out loan to St. Pat's, so that's good. So it's St. Pat's and Derry that are the two sides that we really want to be trying to get loanees to. Currently in Hungary. So that would have been with Szeged. That was I loved managing Szeged. I just like to take in Regan Booty on a little tour around Europe. It's the best part. Let's see what else we got. So yeah, and also, you'll love this. Sitkovsky, Dundalk. I managed to get Sitkovsky out to Dundalk, so now they've got Alonso and Sitkovsky. Randy Hobbs came back, though, because he didn't like playing for Dundalk, but they got Sitkovsky instead. So that's a really good piece of business for them as well. His star rating is creeping up and up and up, by the way. It's really nice. Weird that you can't see. Well, you can see. He's 2.5 stars in our team. It's pretty sick. Sami Khedira, yeah. Paul Weber, that young Austrian chap, has got a loan of Bose for the season. Nothing wrong with strengthening Bose there. We also got Perez. That centre-back has gone to St. Pat's. So again, St. Pat's taking a few extra guys, which is great news. They're going to need them in a few years. They're not great players, but they're taking players nevertheless. Figueroa was one of the guys that got sent back from Sligo Rovers, has now gone back on loan to Sligo Rovers. They could have just kept him for that entire period, but no, they sent him back for a year, and now he's gone back out on loan to Sligo. Because of course he has. And also, Hanush finally got a loan as well. Again to Dundalk. They are just harvesting strikers at the moment. They're going to have so much squad depth this season. It's unbelievable. Because they've got Alonso, Hanush, and Sitkovsky. That's insane. What a strike force they've got. They could probably play 3 up top at this rate. And then lastly, Jonathan Dominguez was, I believe, on loan at Dundalk last year. Didn't like it there. Came back. Now he's gone on loan to Bose. So, no, they got sent back like 10 guys. But they're up to like 3 or 4 now. Why would they need that many strikers? Why not? If they're willing to take them, I'm willing to give them. I don't know what they're up to now. Yeah, they're still only on 2. They sent someone back. Who was it? Pishek. They sent Pishek back. I've really been hamming it up on the dev list thing as well. I know it's very long, but I've been really, like, every couple of days going in and having a look. Because for some reason, from day to day, more and more players will just randomly... Obviously, I've done this on this exact day, so there shouldn't be any currently in here. But I've noticed that that's Dundee United still, isn't it? I think. Yeah, that's always been Dundee United. It seems like from day to day, some of them will have wanted symbols, but the next day they don't. So if you keep a really close eye on it, and every couple of days check in on the list and just see if anyone's wanted again, you can get so much more of them out on loan. And I think that seems to be the trick to it. Clubs seem to take a really glancing interest. Overall wage, I wish I could show you. Well, hang on. Wait, no, I can't I? Because it's in the season preview, I think. It's in there, isn't it? So... salary per annum, £65 million. Nice. Yeah. Seems totally reasonable. 65 million. What are Dundalk spending? 1.6 million. Mainly because they've got so many loans from us. Shamrock Rovers are spending 3.3 million. Bose are spending $1 million. Sligo are probably spending quite a lot. Yeah, 2.3 million. Derry. I mean, you can see how much it drops. At one point, Sligo was spending like £400,000 because they had so many loanees that they were just not paying any wages. They were paying like second-tier wages overall because they had so many players on loan. Not all our players. Presumably, yeah. I would imagine so. Don't know if I can... I'll have to go off this and come back, I think. So, yes. The best 11 in the league is all our players, plus Memic, for some reason, who is also one of our players. VO2 styling wax. You'll love to see it. I don't know why it's even there. I've not used this in years. I don't know how that ended up there. Yeah, 3 to 10 seems a bit much, doesn't it? Over $1 million a week. Yes, we are. Because of most of that is from us spending all the wages of all the guys that are out on loan. When you look at the 50 lads that are out on loan, most of them are earning between 3 and 10k a week. So it's a huge chunk of players that we've actually got out on loan. You're holding in your room. No, A-bomb. What happened? You were supposed to be the bomb. We're doing fine, though, on the old wages, though. It's fine. Our allowed wage budget. Our wage budget at the moment is 50... We're allowed to spend 1.8 million a week in wages. We're obviously not spending that because that'd be silly, but we do have the money available to spend if we wanted to. We're not really, because of the way we keep our wage structure so tightly controlled, we're very unlikely to get anywhere close to this, but it's nice to have that as a gap just in case. Want to go on to a shortlist as well, and then it's more visible to see who's wanted and by clicking on them individually. Can you do that with your own players? Because... Hang on. The first thing I'm going to do is just create a shortlist. Loan farm. Let's see if this works. I'm curious now. So I didn't know you could add your own players to shortlists. So if I just... Oh, that's the loan. That's not the right one. I want the dev center. Add them from squad screen. The problem is I want to add these guys, but I don't want to have to find them all individually on the squad screen. Because look, this screen won't let you select multiple players. So hang on. So you can't do it from this screen. I have to do it manually from the squad screen. Hang on. Jesus Christ. Okay. Actually, this shouldn't be too difficult because all we'd have to do is turn that on and then just sort by age and then just look at who we want to get on loan. So you. Oh, right. So if I then click these guys, I can then... I sold a couple of clauses, yeah. I think I sold the Emerdich one. I don't know where this list... Hang on, is it on squad? I'm struggling to see where I can add them to a shortlist if they're my own players, honestly. Do let me know. I'm really curious because that would be very, very useful. Hello, Pog. How's it going? Last year we didn't win the league. It was, I believe, 18 seasons ago. No, 19. It was either 18 or 19 because we won it, then we lost it, and then we won it every year after that in a row, I think. So it would be 19 years ago. We're a bit hegemonic at this point, I must say. Making cash to spend it all on aging players. Yeah, that happens a lot. I think that's what Longford have been doing the opposite. They've been signing really young Irish players, but they've been spending loads of money on crap ones. Just really bad ones. Might work for ones out on loan. But that's what defeats the point, though, because they're the ones I already have out on loan. So if I can't set the guys that I've got here into that shortlist, I don't know how I would go about it. But I'm curious to see how this works. Because that could be really useful for us. Just because the one thing that's annoying about that dev center page is that you can't see their state. Hang on. It'd be great if there was an option in the filters here that allowed you to filter it by listed for loan. Imagine that. Hang on, is there a loan list option, maybe? Because we've added them to the loan list. Is there any way of actually seeing the loan list? Because that would be sick. Or is the loan list just... Because it's not the same as the development list, is it? I've got players that are listed for loan that aren't on the development list. So I wonder if there's a way of actually seeing the loan list. What about... Squad page filter. Hang on. So squad page filter... Don't think there is anyway. Not from what I can see. Or is there a different option here? Add new column. The problem is, though, that would show our entire squad. What I actually want to see is the loan list itself that doesn't... Because this will just show every player. Like, which... Is it transfer? Loan status. That will show their loan status, but that... Oh, unless I can do it from here. Is this for loan? So what you do, dev, this is your for the directory. Yeah, that's what I mean. So if the loan list is a thing that... If a loan list is a thing, I should be able to access it as a list. That would be nice. Like, we've got loan status, but then this doesn't really help us. It just tells us if the player's listed or not. Only to not at club. But I don't want players that aren't at club. I want the players that are at club. And are listed for loan. Sort by team. I guess. Yeah, that would probably work. But that still doesn't get us around the issue of being able to actually... Oh, this... Why is this so This shouldn't be this difficult, should it? To me, this should be a really simple feature to implement, that you can just see which of your players are on the loan list without... And actually just isolate those guys. It'd be really cool, though, if we could actually shortlist them. I wonder if I could do this here, actually, and set it up so that we can... I realise this is a weird tangent, but if we find out how to do this, that'd be quite good. So I don't want it to exclude treaty players. If anything, I want it to only show treaty players. General, like club contains treaty. Okay. There's nothing difficult. Just create a view. What do you mean, just create a view? A view does not filter out players. A view just creates a view. I don't know what this is difficult to understand. A view would just show players. A view still shows all the players at your team. It doesn't filter anybody out. That's the problem at the moment. We want to see... So this shows all the players at the club. But that's the same as just looking at our squad screen, isn't it? At that point. So... Literally, all I want is for this screen to have the option to display the fucking status. That's all I want on this one screen. Why is that so hard? Why are there not columns on this screen, by the way? That's so weird. Neo Saffron, thank you very much for the follow. Okay, fair enough. The use case is a bit bizarre, but I don't think it is. I think you should still be able to see the status of players that are on the dev list. Like, for me, anyway. That seems like a weird... It just seems odd that you can't add columns on this one particular screen. I don't understand why. Would this work? Let's have a look. Low status listed. That probably would, actually.
Cooper, do not hate me.
Create a squad view. Yeah, no, I know.
600 dance moves and
I know you can create a squad view. My issue isn't that you can't create a squad view. My issue is that it doesn't filter anybody. It still keeps every player at the club in the squad view, which is not what we're trying to do. Yeah, we'll try that one, actually. That could work. That would show us at least... The problem is that we'd have to filter that and keep that... Oh, whoa. FM Chloe and Zombie FM, thank you very much for the follows. It's very kind of you, friends. Welcome aboard. We're just trying to figure out some stuff at the moment. We can, but not at the exact moment, Marco. We're trying to figure this out for the moment. Urban Monkey, thank you for the follow. So that's showing Treaty United players. We then add loan status listed, which filters it to the 35 players. Right, that's better. It's weird that you have to do it in, like, the reverse, where you're actually doing it on the scouting screen rather than your own squad. Major trophy. We won the Europa League, if that counts. Sort it by clicking the... You can sort it. Yeah, but I don't want to sort it. I want to filter it. It's different. I don't want to have to look through our entire squad in order to see those players. We want to just isolate the players itself. So, okay, so this will do it. I see what you mean. So if we create this one, we could have here, and then we could have that, and then we could just look at players that are loan listed and just ignore the ones at the bottom of the screen. The problem is, what comes up top? There you go. Look, this is what I mean. This is actually, that's more like it. Right. Obviously, this will still show some players that aren't on the loan list, but I see what you mean. Because now, with this, we probably should create our own special view of this, but this one will do for now because we don't use general particularly often. It will just show the loan list, then the age. Oof. Oh yeah, we lost 2 Champions League finals. Yeah, both to Chelsea. Standard. So now, luckily, the wanted logo appears above everything else because it would be so annoying if it wasn't. But can you like? Do you know what I'm thinking? And why I'm thinking this is dumb? To me, if I extend this screen out, these should spread out to fill the screen. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, it doesn't matter in this one particular case because wanted luckily shows up at the very top of the list. But to me, having these buried in these little nested things is really dumb on this particular screen. If you could just like have them all displayed out like that. There used to be a way to do that, I swear. Full player status is another column. Full player status. Well, like, what would that be under? Player status. Oh, you... Legend. I had no idea that was a thing. Holy shit. I did not know that was a separate column you could have. Oh. Oh. You loved it. Who was that? Hard news. Okay, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted. Let me just auto-size this now. This is why I sit down and people are actually... All right, Jesus Christ. Like, believe it or not, mate, I do actually sit down and create views. I don't know if you've seen them. I do create views. It's just, I don't need that kind of sass, you know? At the end of the day, we got to the point. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you immediately. I was just trying to figure it out, okay? Like, no need to be so snarky about it. Yeah. Oh, dearie me. Right, we move. Right, let's go back to that again. And... Boom. Right, okay, so good. Let's move. Where's my straw gone? Oh, hang on, chat. One sec, I've lost my straw. One second. I don't want to drop 2 litres of water on the floor. Oh, dear. Oh, God, this is struggling. This is struggling. Okay. It's not gone everywhere. It's happened. We're done. We got it. Oh, okay. Right. So, yeah, now we can see this information. Oh, it's actually in alphabetical order. Do you know what I'm about to say? It's almost easier to look at it without it being like that. Nah, it's not. It's fine. So we can now see from these guys that, for example, Alex Rodriguez wanted on loan by Derry City. Boom. We can now go and offer him out straight away. So all we need to do now is every couple of days just check back in on this list and then kind of good to go from there, right? Let's see. Right. Sorry, I do appreciate when people are trying to help, but you've got to understand as well that I can't always understand things straight off the bat, and I need to get there sometimes, you know? Ronald Torres, he can go out on loan as well. Now, that doesn't mean that I actually put the bids in, because sometimes it just doesn't work. The amount of times I've seen this where they'll be wanted by the club, and then you'll put the thing out, and then the club will say no one is interested in the player, which is kind of odd, but we move. Rick Rolls is wanted as well by Cove. Nice. I am very slow. You must know this. Crispo! Thank you very much for the 11 months. Let's do that. I hope you're well on this fine Tuesday. Particularly now we've got this screen. This will help us. Ireland. Any more? Non-EU percent. Well, see, this is the thing, right? I don't understand how that works, Basil, because I've had a few players that are non-EU and they've gone out on loan for completely free. So I'm completely baffled as to which players do need it, which ones don't. So, yeah, very bizarre on that one. Obviously, the wanted symbol could still be, like, non-Irish sides. But it's very, very random. Twitch hoppers as well. Thank you for the 7 months. I hope you're well today. So we just have to check back in on this screen every couple of days, see if we can get a few extra guys out on loan, and hope for the best. Wait, Carvalho as well. There you go. Derry City. Boom. Love to see it. Yeah, exactly. We've got a legal department for that. My legal department is me. Boom. Okay. Could agent feedback on player interest? Interesting. We're going to end up turning this into like a loan listed thing. Playing at your home club. Yes, you can, but you have to specify it in the contract. And even though when I set up the dev list, I specify that, for some reason, dev listed loans always seem to have that bit removed when they go through. And I don't know why, but there's nothing I can really do about it. It's just a shame that that's the case. Unfortunately, with Norway, there's a rule that means that you have to be allowed to. And I kind of like that in a way, but it is what it is. Loads. Well, this is the thing, though. They're not, Asher. I've had players fail their loan moves because of a work permit issue. So it's really, really interesting. Wait, what was that one? Agent feedback. Let's try that as well, then. What's that under? Is that under... Ah, no, that's... I suspect that's for asking... That's kind of cool that you can even have that as an option. But that'd be for players that aren't currently at your club. Which makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. What my guess is, we'll keep this as it is for the moment, and then as we need more things added to it for context, for whatever, I don't know what else we could probably have on the screen that would actually matter at this point, but if we find any new stuff, we can just kind of add it to that. I'll come out with those loan options. Yeah, the problem is that with dev list loans, most of the time, so obviously with the ones we're doing here, we could do that technically, yeah, but a lot of the loans we get are dev list ones where they just come in and it gets automatically accepted because of the dev list, and then it just does it. Hey, Hoff! The vlogs? Imagine me vlogging. Right, let's press continue. So those guys were all wanted by teams in Ireland. Let's see how many of them say no the moment I press the button. 1, 2, 3. Made an offer. Oh, hang on. Wait, is he already under a bid? Okay. Let's just ignore the fact that I didn't notice that. It literally said someone was after him. And Alex Rodriguez. Derry City. Is he already under a bid? Okay. He'll probably fail that, and then we'll find out. Oh, dearie me. Second nationality. We could do a second nationality for it as well. We just got rickrolled. We literally just got rickrolled. Fair enough. I guess we could add second nationality here, just in case that might make a difference. Where is that? Is that under... Oh, yeah, forget. Secondary... Yeah, that's cool. Not the... Hey, look at that. I didn't know he was Bosnian second nationality. I always forget that Randy Hobbs is technically Swiss. Rick just doesn't want to give us up, and I don't blame him on that one, honestly. Play overview screen. Which screen? What, like on here? Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it? If you could see. Is there a way to see that information on this screen? It'd be cool if you could just import the info. Let's see. Contract eligibility. No, that's already up there. Okay, so if it's not on my skin, then I can't use it. But it would be cool if you could just implement this box on this screen somewhere. That'd be kind of... Shelvik's Irish because he's been here for so long. He's just become Irish. But if we get St. Pat's in on Torres and... Okay, good. Now, I don't know if this is going to go through because of the wage thing. But we will see, right? let's try and get some scouts and stuff done while we're at it. Oh, okay, here we go. Straight off the bat. Let me just ignore most of these guys. We've got so many players on the list. We've got to draw the line somewhere. Oh, time for the Millennium method. Report. Still January 11th. True. We haven't officially continued yet. Hey, like I say, it's going all right. We're just trying to find a more efficient way to keep an eye on loan players, and we're getting there. So, striker, 16, Istanbul Başakşehir would be probably quite cheap. Composure looks okay. Decisions is utterly awful, which means he's most likely to make the decision to stay at Istanbul Başakşehir instead of joining us. Temp polls are all right. Composure's okay. He's speedy. Thoughts, chatto. Round again, punt, or just... Well, we'll probably put him round again. Great name, great hair. Hatimpolu is a cool name. And Batahan is sick. I do like that as a first name. Hey, Neutral Nobby. I might have a look and see how much he'd want. Don't sign before his 18th because he won't play. Yeah, but if we don't sign before his 18th, he will sign a new contract at Istanbul Başakşehir and then we'll be worth £5-6 million. So it's like, either you get a player cheap or you don't get him at all, really. Dandaman, thank you very much for the follow. Round again. Yeah, I'd say round again. I'm more interested in the Schalke guy. Central midfielder, Schalke. Cheap enough to the point where Annie would talk to us. It's an agent offer, weirdly. Scary looking motherfucker. But passing's good. First touch is good. Decisions, great these. Solid pace as well, actually. Decent stamina. Natural fitness is kind of low. Good right foot. That's really high passing for someone who's 18. Mercenary personality, so you'd have to be careful. But is he worth us dumping 5.8 million in? Bear in mind, it's a tough punt. But this wouldn't even really be a punt. This is more of a... He's got 20 for staring. Agreed. Patrick with a Y. Yeah, you know he's serious when he's got try in his name. It looks like a release clause, right? It has to be. I would say his resale potential is the key thing with him. It has to be a release clause. Is he like... No, it's not a release clause. In that case, let me just go a bit lower. I'm just curious. Too expensive? I don't think he is too expensive. I mean, it is a lot for a pump, but I don't think he's that expensive. Second time with IFB, I finally made a value. But oh, right, there you go. Star players worth 160 million. Jesus Christ. So, what do you think caused it, Harv? Because we got the value bump when we got 8th on the... the reputation chart. A view option that lets you see which players have optional extension clauses. Ah, yes. I think I've actually seen that. I think I've actually had that on another save before. Must be... Oh, yeah, he's blatantly got Polish second nationality. There you go. Born in Castle Roxol. Okay. Let's just see. Because this is a weird one with that money. I want to see how much they actually want. This could be huge, to be fair. Has a minimum release clause close to this value. Ah, okay, so it is 5.8 million. So it is a release clause then. Let's just make an offer with that and see what happens, since it is a release clause. I'm going to send him around again anyway. Second final did. It's weird that you say that, because it was our second final that sort of pushed us over the line. I wonder if that does actually matter. Why do I have to scout a player to find out the release clause? It does seem odd, because you'd think that would be one of the things you would just know by going... You would just ring up the club and be like, hey, you've got... Most of that sort of stuff's known anyway. Home of Electric Callboy. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. The first thing I thought of when I saw that name there was the collab they did with that other... was it the song Kastrop Spandau or Spandau Kastrop? Great song. He could be our little Electric Callboy. So, Sinisa's being a bit of a weapon. I mean, honestly, Sinisa, you've been a proud servant to the club for a long, long time. And if you do want to go, I'm not going to stand in your way, really. Release clause view on scouting views. Or I imagine that the problem with it would be that most of the time, because of the way scouting works, you wouldn't actually see that there's a release clause there. But it might be worth adding it to the national scouting view, honestly. I'm always looking to make it better before I do out that video, you know? Was he a YouTuber? The song was brilliant. Cases the bump. I see, because we got 8th place on the reputation charts, and that's when we got the bump. But it might have been because don't want him. They did, but now they don't. I mean, if he wants to, I mean, I'll just ask Aliku to talk to him, and maybe that'll... Okay, so that's just... If they come back in for him, then I'll happily sell him to them. At the time, I was a little bit concerned about getting, like, too many players out on loan. And I should just stress, going back to earlier, you know how much I love taking advice from chat and sorting stuff out together. What I don't appreciate is snarkiness, when it's, like, this sort of superiority stuff. It's like, at the end of the day, we're people playing a Football Manager game. It doesn't need that kind of elitism and superiority stuff involved in it. It's just not that fun. So, yeah, we move. Let's go. We can finally move off on January 11th. So he's willing to talk to us. Exactly. I don't think that's added any more information to us, but I kind of want to just go for it. Particularly if he's willing to take a reasonable... You can leave. Yeah. I'll take that shit from Rob, but... It's fine. I can be nice about him because he's not here. Love you, Rob. So we'll just get rid of that. I probably could... I wonder, actually... exactly. I mean, maybe I just misread it. I don't know. But, like, at the end of the day, you know that I produce loads of views for FM. It's not like I'm a complete noob to this. I just didn't know if there was a way that we could actually filter it properly, and I was just trying to work my way towards that conclusion, you know? We find out these things together. So, one thing I would like to test at some point is if having the loan thing in here makes the player more likely to get a loan or not. Is that already better than Val Vinicius? I mean, for us, I would say so. Chat is always smarter. This is very true. This is very true indeed. Okay, yeah, with those kind of wages, obviously that's not happening. Luckily, you are German, but also Polish, so must be careful of that before we dump in like a £30,000 one. Might have to be close to 20, though, just to get around that other thing. If we want to get the clauses in that I want, I don't know if this is going to be enough. Might bump that up to 5. I don't think this is going to be quite enough. Oh, it is. Okay. Fair play. Euro Championship. As in, like, the Euros, or, like... I assume in the Euros. In fact, before I do that, let me just check, see if I've got any more. No, I don't. Okay, good. That'd be on... No, yeah, it'd be on World. Technically, it is on World, but not really in the same way that I was expecting. So we want... Euro. There we go. So obviously the Euros is this summer. Wow, this has been a really boring... That's a really boring set of winners, isn't it? He's got the moves. Oh, he does. Oh, just think of all the things we can do with that Luca. There's so many things we can do. I'm going to be so hyper when he joins us. There you go. That was the Euros that Ireland got to the final and lost. Oh my days. Yeah, so the winners are actually incredibly boring. Like Spain, England, France, England, Spain. But... Greece getting to the final in 2024 is pretty sick. And Ireland in the final in 2036. Ireland were huge that year. And Poland in the final, the most recent one. We don't, Thomas. My suspicion is probably in this year's game. Which is fine, I guess. I know they were talking about it before, but I suspect that it'll probably be their headline feature, let's be honest. Oh, dear. It was actually held in Scotland and Wales, that one. Which is a lovely little comparison there. I like that. While we're here, there haven't been any other World Cups that we've just randomly missed out on. I always go down these rabbit holes. World Cups. Actually, there's been some mad shit in the World Cups. Let's just not gloss over that. Like, France, Brazil, Portugal is fairly straightforward. Brazil, Germany, Holland. Italy, rather. France, England, Netherlands. England so close again. Spain, Sweden. Fucking Sweden in the World Cup final. And then Portugal, Belgium, England. But look at this one. The Belgium-Mexico World Cup final is astonishing. Bear in mind, you might be sitting there thinking to yourself, oh, that seems kind of fun. Look at that. Belgium, Mexico, Argentina. However, wait till you see... It's causing you to sound an H sound when you say Ireland. What? We got caught in a prison. True. Haaland must have... Yeah, Haaland bloody carried Sweden, mate. God, he's so good that he declared for Sweden and then carried them. I wouldn't put it past him. Man gets to play for two sides. Yeah, so if I recall, this was the World Cup that South Africa... Ireland. Ireland! He's a mercenary chap. Sounded like Ireland. Is it? Okay. So yeah, I'm fairly certain South Africa came fourth at this World Cup, if I remember correctly. Oh, Serbia. Serbia. That's the one. Serbia were in the semi-finals. There was another one where South Africa did really well as well, but I can't remember where it was. So let's see if we can get hyper here. Stone Loss, really? No, South Africa genuinely did really well in one of the World Cups in this save. I'm certain of it. Can we see, like... Oh, we can look at competitions, can't we? Sort of. World Cup. Ah, no, sorry, never mind. It must have been a different save. They got to the quarterfinals in 2030, which ain't bad. I'll take that. Bulgaria are doing bits yet. Not yet, but that's because their players are too young, I suspect. But one of these days, they're going to be incredible. Going to play the first leg? I would imagine so, yeah. Depends on how much we get done in terms of scouting. But look at the top players. 3 of which were at Treaty. The goalkeeper, Bogdanov and Valev. But let's not forget how many other guys are coming through in the Bulgarian national team. God, look at some of these players. I don't know how they've done in terms of competitions lately. World Cup Group D. 3rd place. Wait, what? Oh, it's 94. They've not been in a World Cup since 1998, Matt. They're going to get there. I promise you. They're going to do it. Bulgaria are going to do really well in a World Cup in this save, I promise you. Maybe like 5 to 10 years from now, when a lot of the ridiculous Bulgarian talent we've got starts to age in, it's going to be brilliant. Worry not. You'd think Denmark would be doing better. Ah, here we go. Boom and boom. So, João Carvalho is Portuguese, so there'll be no issues with him. It's these guys that I'm curious to see how it goes. That being said, they are... no, that'll be fine. That one will work, because they're paying his wage percentage on the... They only have to pay the playing wage percentage. The unused one can stay at 0. So those 2 loans should both go through, unless he rejects it. That could happen too. Mikulic... No. You're definitely staying here. You are... Despite that star rating, still going to be the future of this team, I feel like. That said, those Portuguese keepers we've got are probably going to be quite good as well. We'll have to see. Fidel... Oh, yeah. I was in the process of selling Fidel Martinez to Lazio. I promised I'd let him leave after a certain point. His contract expires at the end of the year. And he wanted £50,000 a week for me to extend it. So I said, how about you fuck off to Lazio for £7 million? I think there's a clause. There might not be, actually. It might have been. I don't think there was, because I think it was a non-negotiable one. But he's probably worth like 20 million now. Oh, dear. Okay, they've kind of oofed a bit on that, I'd suggest. We've just got better players coming through. And particularly... Oh, damn it. He's broken his skull, chat. Rick Rolls has just broken his skull. Looks like someone must have given him up. He's rolled straight off a cliff. I haven't seen a fractured skull on FM before. That's in all my years of playing FM, I've not actually seen a fractured skull injury from one of my players before. Well, I guess we send you to the specialist. He's faking it to go on to... Yeah, what's the physio going to do? Give him a massage. Man needs a serious doctor. There's no jet skis for this. This is a new one for me. Attack. Landed heavily. Out of what? A 3rd-story window? He just leave this fractured skull to the physio. He'll put it back together with tape. It's fine. Yeah, he's going to need one of those rugby hats. It's going to be beautiful. He does. He needs one of those. We need a picture of Rick Astley with one of those rugby skull caps on. A loft, probably. I see. We've taken 2 months off of it there. Doesn't drink enough milk. True. Powerbomb by coach on missing the target again. Well, it's Rick Rolls. We're still paying him quite a lot. Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh, I gave Rick a new contract, and he only wanted £400 a week. Bear in mind, when he signed for us, he was on $4 grand a week because we needed to get it done because of the memes. So basically, Maurizio, they are Z-Gens. So they are computer-generated pictures that look like real players, but they're not. They're not even real people. But they get automatically placed over the regen pictures based on ethnicity, nationality, and all sorts of various factors. If you do exclamation mark Z-Gen in chat, which Ash has now done for you, that'll take you to a link that shows you how to do it. It's fucking amazing. Like, genuinely. It makes saves so much more enjoyable and immersive when you're further into them. It's phenomenal. Right, so Torres is going. Wait, so that's just happened. See, this is the thing. Look, Torres. Colombian. No wage contributions at all. And yet, that one doesn't fail the work permit check. Really interesting. Nugant. It's called... I don't know what the actual software is called. Nugan, I think. So Torres is gone. That's good. So one more guy out on loan, which is awesome. Now, let's quickly check back in with our lads again. See... Why is this rescheduled? Any newbies in there? Hey, you go. Look. Oh, it's Linfield. Why Linfield? Oh, because they're our affiliate side, aren't they? Carvalho, that's already happening, isn't it? So now we just have to keep... Oh, God. Linfield, no. Stop it. Go to your room. Macaulay Corbett. Hibbs on loan. Fidel Fay? Atletico Madrid? What? Hi, Fidel. Sorry. Yeah, so Bo sent him back. Real looking one. I don't know. I like them, personally. I think the regen faces just don't look good enough for me. And I understand why they look like that. But, I don't know. I like being able to put a proper face to the players. Particularly as I found a website that does Hawaiian shirts with faces on. And I'm very tempted to get an Emmett Doran Hawaiian shirt. Thoughts? Okay, so there's no new ones. But if we just, every couple of days, just check in on this list and see if there's any new updates to that. Make sure there's any other players that I want to just get on the loan list while we're here, actually. Austin Steele, for one, should be on the dev list. It's weird that he's not, actually. Set that up like that. He's Colombian, so... Yeah, so I always tick and play against own team in there, but it never seems to do anything. I will have to set these like that just in case. And I'm going to offer him out in the meantime. It always just defaults like that. So that should now get him into the system too. Just as anybody else that I want to get out on loan. I think the rest of these guys are probably fine. These guys can't be loaned out yet because they're too young, but they certainly will be. Haven't bought already. I'm certainly thinking about it. I just wanted your thoughts. Is Faye the kid from Stranger Things? Do you know? I don't think he is. Maybe. Maybe he is. You never know. Fiddle play for Bucks a lot. He was there for... Where is he? Wow, was it really only... He was there for 5 years. For some reason, it feels like more than that. But look at the number of goals he scored for them. He actually plays for us a little bit too. His record at... Oh yeah, you can't isolate like that. One second. Let me just go to this screen and show it. Yeah, 144 league games for Bose and 72 goals. I don't know if he's in their best 11, so we can see his overall record. Yeah, he is. 205 games and 107 goals for Bose. Learning players who don't exist and talking like they do. Maybe. Little more personality. All kind of dull and generic. But I don't know how you could... I mean, what are we talking, like face tattoos? I'm curious to know what you would change. I understand that point. I think, I guess. But then I suppose the regen faces themselves are pretty generic as well. I suppose they're designed that way. I guess we want like maybe some mohawks and stuff in the Z-Gens perhaps. Or like a guy with blue hair. Just, then again, that's not in the game, is it? So, yeah, that's a lot of goals. Basically a goal a game. What Shaughnessy. Gauthier was enough. We had a guy on loan there that played nearly 400 games for this club. He's now playing in China. But he was on loan a long time. I think he was the first guy from the loan farm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seasons on loan. Oh, dear. Left on my head. As in that up there. Hang on. My fucking hand. This thing up here, that's a suit jacket. I'm using it as a blind. Because I'm a pro. The blind. Bold of you to call it that, Basil. I say a suit jacket. It's a suit jacket in like a suit bag kind of thing. It made a very good blind after our last one fell down. We had a blind up there before and it would just randomly fall off in the middle of streams. So that's now become my blind. Most expensive blind you can have. It's not really though. The suit wasn't even that expensive. Nice little 13-0. Okay. Where's that next scout report, please? That other one was a bit trash. A soup jacket. Now you're talking. Austin Steele is a great name, particularly as he's not even... He's a Colombian American. Chelsea makes back offer. 37 million. No? No. That'd be a no. Okay, so it looks like we're going to get Wojnitska. Sorry, Wojnitska. It's a bit much. But I'm seeing enough on him that makes me think that at least his value might be like 10 million upon joining us. I guess we're going to find out immediately, aren't we? Hey. That's not... I mean, just potential-wise, that is good news. That is good. I was expecting that to drop a lot more than that. Let's get Freezy to welcome him, of course. Oh, Freezy did win the Ballon d'Or, by the way. Okay, that's dropped there. I still think he's worthwhile. Dev list. Boom. Get him offered out to other clubs while we're here. Just in case. Never know, someone might fancy him. It's the type of player that I think, actually, you know what? I still think that's a good piece of business. It may have paid over the cost a little bit, but I think value-wise, with the contracts, he's decent. And Valev was European Golden Boy. Oh, God. Oh, damn. I've always got into the mood now of just looking at these in a bit more detail, just in case I don't want to accidentally miss another player fell out of a loft injury, you know? See you later, Bills. So they don't want it at the moment. That's fine. We'll check back in like the 15th. Aha! Here we go. This is more like it. Colombia sounds like it does, doesn't it? It's a bit... It took me a while to get used to saying it, but again, most of the reason I say things like that is because I will have been bullied by YouTube comments for years.
I am familiar with
Pretty
over
much.
600 dance moves.
Senora Orbo, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're well on this fine Tuesday. There's a lot of falling going on in training. VO5. You'd love to see it. I'm glad I've still got that on the desk, otherwise I'd be confused. Luciano, okay. Interesting. He could be all over the shop. He is quick. Probably. Maybe. Talk to... Yeah, they don't want to talk. I still want to look at them, though. And besides, sometimes when they don't want to talk, they secretly do. 75k. Oh, hello. Yes, you're right. He is much more interesting. Very expensive, though. I'll still send him around again. Augustin... We sound a lot of players called Augustin, don't we? Right, so he's a winger. Hopefully he's got okay tackling. Okay, he doesn't, but that's... Doesn't mean he... Yeah, he could be a lonely guy. Was that my wife? Maybe. Maybe. Agustin Rivera. I mean, surely punt, right? Because of price. Yeah, it's pretty much an instant yes. I mean, unless it was like all red, then obviously we wouldn't bother, but there's enough there that I'm like, probably for 35 grand. How on earth have they backed themselves into that corner? Wages will be telling, because that's actually quite a large wage demand. But with him being Spanish, and presumably doesn't have any batty... No, okay. So yeah, Spanish. Straight out Batis. Batish? Spanish. He hasn't got some mad, like, second nationality. Edem Toumi. No, Toumi. Ah! A little bit of cheeky wingbackery sneaking in there. Intriguing. Won't talk to us at the moment, probably. But that's... Probably just send him around again. He intrigues me, though. Francois Puig, particularly as his name is nearly Pog, and he plays for Gangon. A wonderful combination. Come on, Francois, be good. Speed. Terrible composure. Awful composure. Good finishing, potentially. I mean, we just got to keep scouting him, right? We can't really action him at the moment anyway. I would still probably try and put a bid in for someone like that if they were really good, regardless of the NA thing, because you can sometimes bypass it. We've noticed that it's not always like hard, fast rules. Luciano Becchio. I remember him at Leeds. Wing Bakari Sanya. Love it. Oh. Okay, this is my point. Like, at what point do we have to just start to be noticing how absurd this is? That he's a 17-year-old from Real Zaragoza and he won't talk to you at this stage in his career. Particularly as it had a fucking wage demand on it. So, clearly the man will talk to someone. That's one of the weirdest ones. Usually you don't get this issue with European sides. But, hey, I guess it's just totally at random. That's so bizarre. Let's ask his agent. What? He would look forward to joining such a reputable club. That is right. That right there is the biggest proof that this is a fucking glitch, right? Because before, that is proof. Basically, we've just tried to, and then I've asked his agent, and it says he would look forward to joining such a reputable club. You, huh? He looks forward to it, just not now. I'm going to try again. Right, one day along. We'll go to the next day. That way we can... Just because that just does things. Toppers isn't really... It literally just said... Right, let's try again. I'm curious now. Imagine if this is suddenly like... Yeah, let me just set the team up for that game. This game is broken, I swear to God, chat. Oh, dear. With a play like this, I couldn't care less. Top of the agent availability. Weirdly, you can't go back into it. You have to come back into this. Okay, that right there is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. Augustin Rivera isn't at all sure about joining Treaty United. He would look forward to joining such a reputable club. Which one fucking is it, then? What does that mean? He's not sure, but he looks forward. How can you look for... Hey, Chuck.
Almost 2 years. My NASCAR friend I hope the best for you.
Oh, dear. Thank you so much, Chuck, for the 23 months. That's incredible. So basically, chat, for those of you that just joined, we just tried to put a bid in on this guy. He's £75,000, super cheap, kind of just crappy 17-year-old guy from Real Zaragoza. He hit us with the didn't want to join us at this stage in my career shit. I then asked his agent, just because I was curious, and his agent said that he would look forward to joining such a reputable club. Then it gave us the deal and his wage demands. But it says here, he isn't at all sure about joining Treaty United. He would look forward to joining such a reputable club. What does that even mean? I've not seen that one before. That is a brand new one. It's saying both he wants to join us and doesn't in the same sentence. Yeah, there is fire on the overlay. It's only during certain subs, Marius. So it's anything over 18 months gets the fire. The rest of them have like a spackle thing that comes along. Schrodinger's Rivera. I almost want to push this just because... Oh, dearie me. It does sound like a TikTok, doesn't it? I'm going to clip that. Well, hang on. Oh, I don't have the marker button anymore. Oh, I'll clip it and I'll find it through that. That's amazing. Exactly, yeah. It's like I'm not at all sure about having a vasectomy, but I look forward to not having to worry about a kid. Oh, God. I'm going to have to do like a series of like riddles just to sign players now. Yeah, apparently Irish is... But it says he would look forward to joining such a reputable club. Mad. How Rick Rolls is going to be shaping up in the future. Oh dear. But yeah, that for me is the sort of epitome of what's been weirdly buggy about this save, in that the game seems to... But that to me shows that something in the background is like blocking it for no reason. And it's triggering this because of that. But what's actually should be happening is this part. Really weird. Super interesting though. I wonder why it's doing that. What's the offers like for our Ucho? Derisory. Not one of these. Oh no, they 69, nice. Just barely touches the minimum level. Mental. I think they do. I think they've got a problem with the Irish, and I am going to stand up for my Irish brothers here. This is disgusting behaviour. Like, the thing is, I never see this with Sunioska. Never. Not once have I seen this stage in my career, as far as I know, with either Sunioska or Tromsø. And I've signed far better players than some of the guys that have turned us down on this save. And those clubs, when I've done it on my other one, were so much lower down in reputation and everything. And their leagues were so much lower too. Like, some of the guys I've been able to get to come to Denmark, I guarantee you I would not have been able to sign Luis Arboleda for Treaty United. But I was able to sign him for Sunioska in a worse league with a worse club. It's really interesting. So Carvalho's going to Derry City. Excellent. The loan farm continues. I'll do one more continue. We'll get to the... See, look, now, look, Rodriguez, he is getting a work permit for his move. Why does he need a work permit, but the other guy doesn't? That's what's so confusing about it. I think he'll get it anyway because of the wage thing. But it is weird that he has to be paid. Stop doing mentoring. Yeah. And then I just kind of didn't. I probably will have to go through and just remove it all, to be honest. A starter and treaty. Maybe not a starter. Terry Cloutey would be. Cloutey would get in this team. Actually, Cloutey in the action. If it was any... Okay, so there we go. We got it. So Rodriguez is happening. It's another loan secured. Derry City doing some good business, although they already have a Shanu. Then again, he does a very good finisher. Okay, let's check the list again. Weird thing with US citizens? Maybe? I don't know, honestly. We'll just see if there's any new boys on this list. Wow, it's got kind of dead here, isn't it? Corbett, still Dundee United. Any new ones? Fidel Fay? Barcelona! Barcelona! What the hell? Picking up our scraps there, aren't you, Barca? I would love it if he just didn't. Also, you notice that this is going to be helpful to us in a way as well, because some players... There's a limit to the age a player can be on the development list. So some guys like Doshek, for example, I had to send him out loan somewhere else because I couldn't get him back on the dev list when he came back because he was too old. Despotov. I wish I could show you, but I think he's probably gone. Yeah, unfortunately. Jamie Allen is not on international duty. Says other circumstances. Oh, yeah. I don't know if it actually is that in people's saves, of course. That's just FM knocking up some, like, things because obviously they've got access to the back end. So some of the stuff they post there is actually pretty sick. They're taking their TikTok game way more seriously now. Australia's World Cup record. All right, let's have a gander. They've done reasonably well, I think. They actually... I was doing a simulation once, and Australia actually won the World Cup. Yeah, so their World Cup record. Group M. That just feels weird, right? So, yeah, starting there. Third in Group D. Third in Group D. Third in Group A. Third in Group M. Got to the second round. They love coming third. To be fair, there is only 3 teams, isn't there? Loads of them, MD. Just so many players over the save have turned Irish nationality. So weird. Australia have not done well in this save. They've not produced as many good players as they normally do. Usually you get a couple of absolute belting Australian national team players, but like when you look at who they're playing for, I mean, what the fuck? Their entire national team is currently domestic. Though that could be because of the that can't be just that can't be their best players, surely. No, there we go. That's more like it. It's probably just because of the travelling time. So sometimes they pick domestic players only, I assume, for that reason. So their actual best player, they've got Stefano Chiarello at Inter, who's pretty decent. And then Matteo Pozzi. But look how fast it falls off. Matteo Pozzi at Dynamo Kiev. And then it's Anestis Papas, which is a good name, but that falls off well quickly. New hair products. Any recommendations? Do you know, could I recommend you some VO5 styling wax? I've become their bloody brand ambassador today, haven't I? Third with last. Yeah. I get confused. I was like, oh, third, their group's not bad, is it? But there's only 3 teams now, isn't it? Tournament for domestic-based play. That would make sense, yeah. Second season syndrome in the top division. Turn me to drink. Oh, God, what's happened? I like this new method, though, with that view and keeping an eye on it every couple of days. Basically, the only reason I came across this was because when I was being a little bit more like neurotic about it and just constantly checking in on the dev list every couple of days. And I noticed that from day to day, players would be going from wanted to not wanted. And if you catch them on a day when they're wanted, they get the loan out. And I think this might be our method to get loads of them loaned out, hopefully. Right, so we'll get rid of all of you. Up to like there. Got to be ruthless since we've got 500 players there. And we'll get rid of that. Hey, Sean. It's straight. Fair play. Okay, so there's a few guys here. Tim Richter. Okay, we'll start further down, actually. Tanev. He was one of the guys I was kind of interested in, but he's really fallen. What's with all the mercenaries? For me, as cheap as he is he really worth it? Particularly if he wants, like, that kind of wage. I don't think he'd really be that good, honestly. Low composure. We've got to draw the line somewhere, and I think he'd be a much lower quality than that. I might scout him again, but I don't think he's worth a punt, honestly, even at that price. Sabotaging the other. Left his hands on the beach. Left his hands on the beach. Just forgot his gloves, chat. All right, Chihan Varda. Why is he so cheap? Could be the dislocated shoulder. He has insane natural fitness, but not a lot else physically. Okay, good balance and acceleration. But at that kind of price, is he worth a go? Because he's not awful. Good passing, good first touch, some okay mentals. Still very young. Obviously, he wouldn't join us straight away. Hey, Icarus, it's going all right. We're just trying some new stuff out. Contract is almost up. True. I mean, it's because he's on a youth deal. Let's see what Besiktas want. 60 grand. We'll take that. Hey, Lavinia. It's going all right. We're just picking up some scrubs, as it were. Although, Sigurd Nailing, striker. Go on. Oh. Composure's appalling. Huh. End of contract. Well, it'll be, you have to pay compensation. The compensation will cost more than the buying him now. Because he's only on a youth contract, which means that we'd have to pay the compensation. And usually the compensation initially is the same fee as the amount they want, but then there's usually the back-end clauses. How long till Khan? 2 years. 2 fucking years. And job hunting, Icarus. What happened? Or are you just going onwards and upwards? USA's new hope after Garvin's biggest fan is retired. Good question. What budget do we get? 110 million, Yukeza. And about 600k in wage budget. I want to take Sigurd. I'm seeing enough tentpoliness about him that I kind of think will be worth our time if it's less than like $500,000. Okay. Yeah, 64k will... Alright, fine. You know what? Yes, you can have him. That's fine. That's good. Making cuts. That's not a bad shout. I suppose at least you'll get a head start on things, I guess. That sucks, though. Right. USA's new hope. Good question. USA's top player is Kyle Patterson of... Wow. What? Oh, he's 31. He's actually really decent. How is he... Oh, wait, hang on. This gets weirder and weirder. Man gender Cruz Azul in Mexico, then went to Alteños Tepa in Expansion League, which presumably means he dropped down. And then Columbus Crew picked him up for 600. That's a great piece of business. It's a lot easier when you have a job. Yeah. Oh, if he had great composure, he'd be a much better prospect. But sometimes, just for clubs out on loan, it could be fine. The weight of card. Yeah, we're going to forget that he's even coming in and just get a massive boost when he randomly joins us. So that's Kyle Patterson, who's their keeper. They've got Adrian Taylor. The national team squad is not looking overly... Let's just look at the prop one. It's not looking overly great. Lots of domestic-based guys. Obviously, they've got Oscar Rios, who is a Bolivian... What the fuck? Dundalk spent 2.3 million on this guy, and he's a US international that was born in Bolivia. That's kind of sick. Anyone else? Dundee have got Arthur Naimo, Rob McEwen. There's a few more now. Guy at Inter, actually, Scott Martinez. Young defender. That might be cool. Oh, he came through at PSG? Anybody else interesting in here? No, it's... I mean, there's a guy at... Carl Earl. That's just a really hard name to say out loud for some reason. Carl Earl. Just sounds like I'm saying Carlisle. Right, I'll just send you guys around again. Polish man. Central midfielder. £1 million. I think I'll send him around again. Yeah, Randy is weirdly not in the national team at the moment for some reason, despite being very good. Does have 17 caps. Obviously, he's on the loan list again because he didn't want to go back out on loan at Dundalk because he wasn't getting game time. I really hope that someone takes him in this window because he's a really solid player. Can't imagine Italians pronouncing that name. I can't. No, I'm not even going to try and do it in an Italian accent. It just would not work. Jerome Van Essen. Maybe a bit more information on him. What about this Tim Richter guy? He's super expensive, though. 6'1", bad jumping reach, no finishing, no composure. He can head a ball, and he's got great teamwork. This guy is not worth 20 million. And he's a mercenary as well. Like, he's got good attributes. They're just not really in a very useful area. Yeah, sometimes you can get really cheap Germans, but he is not one of them. And he's just not a... I wouldn't know what to do with a player like that. They're good. The attributes are good. They're just not in the right places, I suppose. I'm going to scout him more because we might as well, but I really don't think he's a player I can ever see myself going in for. Offers made for minute. Oh, hang on. As if I'm going to let you go for that price. I know you're cheap. Is that because his contract's up soon? No, it's not. Why is he so cheap? Man's got 47 caps for Senegal and has been playing European football for ages, and yet he's still really cheap. Liverpool. Oh, he wants to go to Liverpool. That's really weird that he's... He might be the type of guy, though, that we could do a cheeky little 50% of next sale fee clause and sell him to one of these massive sides. Even if the overall deal up front is really low. I suspect... Really? Again? Another one at this stage of my career? Let's ask his agent, shall we? Yeah, that one does have it. We're getting absolutely mugged off by that today. Right, okay, we're going to get Melling instead. Youngster, that's not always a good sign, actually, when they only want to be youngster. Cheapy contract. Ah, because he's not 18, it can only be a 3-year one. Right, so he wants 1.5 there. Slap that one down. Move to that. Optional extension. And then dump in a relegation release clause too, just for the shiggles. There we go. Right, that's another one done. Straight in. £74,000. I think no matter what he looks like, he's bound to be better than 74 grand. Oh, am I sure about that? Yes, no, I am. Ignoring this a little bit, he's still a solid-ish player. Another one for the dev list. Playing his own team. Offer him out. Thank you, Zach. Welcome back, my friend. How are you on this fine Tuesday? We're just trying to flog our wares to the rest of Ireland. Good for most of the others. I'd say he's Oh, yeah. No, he's ignoring the star ratings. He's got good attributes in, like, the key things for a striker. He's quick. He's got good finishing. Can't compose anything. But, hey, you're not a composer. That's fine. He might do a job for, like, someone like a Derry or a St. Pat's. That's already sorted. Hanish is injured. Chelsea wants back again. They've put the same bid in. Bayern want... That's fine. Juventus now want Faye. I'm just going to keep stalling that. I have, yeah. I'm going to try and go... Literally, Rob, Dazza. The moment I saw that was because a friend of mine put it in our group chat being like, shall we? And eventually, I think we kind of decided it'd be way too expensive, and I think we'd rather just get absolutely sloshed in someone's house and have a party and watch it instead. I went to a Eurovision party several years ago, and it was the best fun, because we all dressed up as different nations, and it was great. I used my Polonia transfer outfit. Enough for them to walk away. Jesus Christ, they just didn't want that deal, did they? Even loan rules. Honestly, Sean, if we can figure out a way to turn those loan rules off, then yes. Because at the end of the day, fun is what matters, right? Go against Moldova. Who was Moldova? Let's have a little check on this. Against what? Okay, whatever. Bids. Manea, that's from Big Club. Oh, hang on. I'm not going to sort it properly. Still Linfield. I mean, if they'll take him, I suppose. But Mamani is still... Imagine if we sent Mamani to Linfield. And Corbett is still Dundee United. Okay, cool. Checking yeah, exactly. It's... Those 50% clauses are so good. Watch like a lot of people, I think, do that, Zach. Honestly, I know Bill does when he's out doing his deliveries. He always treats me like a podcast. Okay, which is why I do try to explain a lot of stuff, even when it's visible on the screen, because I feel like that's important for people that can only like hear me. Which is also, I apologize for the fact that you can only hear me. Sorry for your ears. B team can play in the top flight. Oh, imagine. Is there any nations where that's even possible? Hearing what comes. It's exactly. It's so much fun. I think I'd much rather do that than actually be there, to be fair. Which is what I suspect we're going to do. Liverpool Point Limburg. Oh, God. Yeah, same as always. Usually it's one chat with Thysey and he's good. Yep. Every year. So good. Iceland. Any decent players in the future? Weirdly, I've not focused too much on Icelandic youth scouting, so we might get quite a big chunk of those next time I do that. But it's not looking good when you look at most of their... I mean, look. That's all at Breidablik. FC Copenhagen, of course, they've got Everson, who's pretty solid, actually, as a winger. At 24 years old as well. Vassas. So Vassas would be if we did Building a Nation, probably. Although Vassas got promoted, I believe, so it might be MTK. But the Blue Star thing was always for YouTube. Yeah, it's not great for them, is it? Mostly... Hang on, there's got a guy here. Thor Magnuson. Who's at Qatar CS. SC. I always get those the wrong way around. A couple like Juve. Yeah, Juve always find to have really good Icelandic players. I don't know if they've got like a... I think they have like an affiliate agreement or something.
They are building it now.
HGOPO? I'm so sorry if I butchered your name there. RDF! With the massive raid. Huge raid. Colossal raid. I think that's all the superlatives I can give. Other than that, he's a great bloke and a phenomenal streamer. Hello, everybody. How's it going? We can get you a shout out, my friend. I regularly... I'm an absolute... What's the word? I proselytize your training schedules constantly, my friend. It's... they are extraordinary. So, guys, if you haven't already, check out RDF's... Not just his streams. They're great. But his YouTube channel and also his articles as well. Your training schedules have created some monsters for me. Just absolute ridiculousness. I think the best example I could give... Where is he? Show me your Bulgarianness. Valev. The attribute progression we've seen out of Valev since he joined this club. Bear in mind, he's still only like 20 years old. He had 8 finishing when he joined us at 17. He's up to 16 now. He became the striker that we always wanted him to be. You love to see it. So welcome in, everybody. Hope you're doing well. We're just doing some, well, 2 things. Trying to sign loads of players on cheap punt deals and also trying to fob off all of our loan players to other Irish side. That's basically our play at the moment. And we've kind of been working on a system to try to make that happen a little bit faster. And it seems to be working. So that's good stuff. Yeah, the plus 60 technique as well. Physicals obviously have gone through the roof too, which is important for a guy who's 6'6" or 6'5" or whatever. Only thing that's dropped down a bit is his determination. That composure as well. Still not working on his long throws though. If anything, he's probably suffered a little bit. I do miss the days when you can see the decimal points on these. Limburg's happy to stay and we move. Right, we'll wait till the 21st to have another check. Oh, Olsen. Jesus, he's good. He'd get in our team now. Aha, here we go. More players. Get rid of all of you. Oh, Bulgarians. Maybe it's a bad year for Bulgarians. Can we talk about Kari Wangberg? That's a name. Love to see it. Boom. Right, okay. Thomas Sanchez. He won't talk to us, will he? Oh, I wish he would, though. Although that does worry me a little bit. Certainly worth another look, though. Nicolas Lavey. Belgian at Genk. Wingback, though. Positioning is god-awful, as is his marking. Tackling's decent. Crossing could be... I mean, he could be anywhere. Good pace. Great teamwork. Would be quite cheap, but I'm worried that his wages might get in the way. And the fact that he'll probably say, I don't want to join you at this stage in my career, which seems to be the biggest problem of the day. The other one, was there another one? Aidan McDonald. Scottish centre-back. 6'2". It's hilarious that the one thing... Wow, I mean, physically, the only thing about him that may not be... He's actually really good physically, except for his jumping reach. But he's very, very, very expensive. Certainly worth scouting a bit more, because there might actually be something to this guy, but he would be unbelievably expensive, because West Brom tax. Not a sentence I ever thought I'd find myself saying, if I'm honest, chat, but there you go. West Brom tax it is. Tommaso Caliguri. Fine. Chelik. Cheap-ish. Some of these guys are... Oh, he's not that cheap at all. Christoph Markovic. Wow, no. Michele Moscato. He's got good finishing and composure. As they go, that's actually okay. Dribbling's a bit crap. Technique's decent. Off the ball's all right, actually, as well. Aggression, very aggressive. Pace could be quite high, actually, too. He's not awful. If he was cheap enough for another side, if he's like under 250, 300. Oh. Is 500 too much for that? Wes Brown tax? Have you heard of the Wes Brown, West Brom tax? Because if so, you're in for a world of hurt. Is 500 too much for that? That for him, a human being, which we are attempting to purchase. I don't know. Like, they're good attributes. I'm just not sure. I'll accept it for now, because we can obviously just cancel it and just go big off. Is too, exactly, Hodsy. Is this too much for this child? Oh. Don't you love it? What is going on today? We're getting the reversal now. All the players it's saying we can sign and not wanting to sign for us. Oh, dearie me. Well, that's gone well. That's like 3 times today that's happened already. This stuff better not be in the next year's game. It better fucking not be. Because that's just embarrassing at this point. Like, it's not like I'm asking to sign a youth player from Man United here. We were in the Champions League final last year, and I'm trying to sign a 17-year-old from Crotone, for crying out loud. You know, of course it is. Oh, dear. I might just become an F1 manager streamer at that point. Oh, it's a friendly. Autosave scares the shit out of me when we're doing pre-season friendlies. Oh, that's our regularly scheduled spanking of Oily Shannon. I think I actually checked this yesterday, but just to be safe. Oh, here we go. Look, see what I mean? This is the thing. This is what it is. Look. Is that still Linfield? But look, Sigurd Melling. Boom. Loan offer. Targets. Irish sides. Bang. They only sometimes show up for a couple of days. Is that still Linfield? And that'll still be Dundee. And it's Hibs again. Fido Fay presumably is... Bloody hell, look at the clubs that are interested in him. That's kind of mad that they're after a player like that from us, but fair one. If they give me the right deal, then I'll do it, but this is good. This is good news. It's like there's like a set window when they go through the dev list thing where it's like trying and retrying, and certain days it will flash up with them being eligible. Interesting. What team do I support? I'm a Fulham fan. More pointless meetings that could have been an email. Yep. Oh, for sure. We'll get new sort of dialogue that doesn't make any sense. I can't wait. It's going to be terrific. Watch it say clubs decline to make offers. Nope, there you go. Bang! Just like that. Oh, this seems to be a really good piece of information that we've now sort of stumbled upon. I think we could get this loan farm really popping like this. We just have to keep an eye on it as it will change throughout the window. Okay, so he wants to go to Liverpool. Fine. Right. That's fine. I'm okay with that happening if you give us the right amount of money. Give me that. 4.6 million, 50% next sale fee clause. I'm alright with that. You're not going to play for us. Shit, it's a profit clause. Fuck. Oh well. Honestly. Actually, no, this won't work, because if I give them the ultimatum, they won't put the clause in, will they? Oh well, it's happened now. It's locked in. I'm not going to cancel it because it'll just piss him off. Yeah, we're not going to do the ultimatum. He wants to go to Liverpool. We'll still get some money from it. It's not quite perfect, but... I mean... Luckily, with the fee being so small, it shouldn't make too much difference. Smith unlikely to sign Corbett. Correct. Inter want him as well. Oh, now they're offering big money. Hang on a minute. Right, let's just try this. I'm just going to try and do some mad shit here and see if Inter will go for it. No. Thought, hey, if you give me 10 million, I'll cancel the Liverpool deal for you there. It was not to be. What do you guys think the headline feature for F23 is actually going to be? Like, the big one that they go with as, like, the first thing. Oh, okay. So now... Arsenal are so Arsenal, even in this save. They've just seen us get that bid, and they're like, how about 2.9 million with no clauses? How about you piss off, Arsenal? But then sometimes they go for mad shit like this. No, didn't think so. Bidding war to get 17 million off. Yeah, you know, it can work. Nugent's don't look like potatoes. Yeah, that's not going to happen anytime soon, because the way that the regions are now, they're designed so that they can be shown in the match engine as they are now. You see them on these menus, but obviously because of like things like image rights, they can never look too much like them. I wouldn't have thought. Transfer negotiations is going to be a full screen meeting with pointless back and forth. Oh yeah, you're right. You'll be able to like use gestures in transfer meeting. Probably Pulse. I suspect so. Automatic camera freeze for streamers. Ah, no, we got that this year. Don't need extra stuff. Okay, this looks like a better batch. A guy from Farrell. These are all D-rated. I'm just going to look at the guy from Farrell just because, well, because of the club he's at, honestly. No other reason. Florin Trucha. Show me your... Oh, okay, yeah, no. I mean, he's actually not awful, but probably not good enough for us at this point. Youth development centers in other countries. I remember having those on FIFA Manager. I assume a lot of you, probably back in the day, maybe some of you would have played FIFA Manager. And one of the things you could do on FIFA Manager, that 141 million... Yeah, probably not for me there. You could actually build youth academies in other countries. And I shit you not, I promise you this is true. When you built the academies, if it was the first one you built in Africa, they were actually mud... The image was mud huts. That is, I promise you, that was in the game. But you could build like academies all over the world. That factor I actually thought was really sick, that you could build academies all over the world, and then you could get youth players coming through from those countries. Mental. FIFA Manager did have some okay things in it. I liked being able to buy a private island with my money. Let's see. Right, start with the top. Valentin, expensive but striker and only 16. And hello. Is he worth that kind of money, or is this just Atletico tax again? He's got okay passing and vision as a deep lying forward. He's got good finishing, good first touch, great decisions off the ball, and off the ball's not great. Flair's surprisingly high as well, actually. Natural fitness is decent. I know it says he won't talk to us. Maybe another round with a player like that. Yeah, perhaps. Although this guy here underneath, Shores Van Wijnen, intriguing. These are the kind of guys I really like to find. Please tell me you're actually good. Oh, hang on. Man can cross and dribble. Let's see. I reckon he's a wing back. Ignoring the we could get working on that. Inverted wing back. It wouldn't have to be inverted. We just put it on the left. Yeah, that kind of age at 60. I mean, the physicals are really good too. Not good in the air, but wouldn't be the first time. I actually quite like him. Shores Van Wijnen. He feels like a really good pickup, potentially. Good determination as well. Weirdly light-hearted personality despite that. I know, imagine that. I love the fact it's a region who can cross. He's not even a fullback. He's not even a wide player. He's a ball-winning midfielder, but he's got better crossing than most wingers I've found. Still not do a coaching course because the club won't find it as I always say, fastest way to get blocked by Miles on Twitter is to ask him if you can spend your wages in the game. Moving emails to meetings. Yeah. Scouting meetings, so that instead of it just appearing in your inbox in a really streamlined manner, you actually have to go into like a meeting like you do with the recruitment meetings, and you have to go through and like do like the cards, but in a meeting format where it just prompts unnecessary shite. I don't know why they do stuff like that. It doesn't make the quality of life in the game any better, and it doesn't add anything. Oh, I think it's just because he gets asked it all the time. More clicks. Yeah, anything that makes me have to click more things to do the same thing is a bad addition. Right, we could do approach to sign, but we know how that doesn't really work because the compensation will be too high. So we'll do a bit of this. I mean, for 800 grand. Now, of course, he is going to say he doesn't want to move to us at this stage in his career. We should be aware of that, right? End it with 1.5 stars. Yeah. I'm excited to see how bad my Sunioska youth intake is going to be. It was only 4.5 stars. Oh, no, sorry. 4 stars. But it had 9 A-rated players in it. I can't wait for them all to be crap. You could trade a youth team player for a first team player and negotiate a ridiculous compensation fee that would go regardless of how much money you had. To be fair, you could kind of do that on, I believe it was FM last year. The trick on FIFA Manager was that you could... So they stored the values of a lot of the in-game items in a text file. So things like buying a private island with the money that you had, right? You could go into the game files, and there was just stored in like plain text, like .txt we're talking here, and it was just a simple value change. So what you did is you change the value of the private island to minus £20 million. You could then buy it for minus £20 million, and you would gain money for it, which you could then put into the club to make yourself rich. Things you'll have to see. After a few seasons, it can happen. It's unlikely that their potential is going to grow like that, though. That's not really how potential works, unless you got better scouts or like a different coach was looking at. We've had that happen. Samuel Giraudoux. Is it just me, or does he actually not look amazing? Considering, maybe it's just because he's got really high potential. He just doesn't quite have the current ability. Good on both feet, which might be part of the reason, actually. Oh, thank you, Lyndon. It's very kind of you. Speaking of actually podcasts, I did Football Manager Therapy. People have been asking me about this for a couple of weeks. So, yes, I was on the Football Manager Therapy podcast. Boom, there's a link for later. It was really, really fun. It took us a little while to do it, though. But, yeah, it was really cool. I'll probably plug it in a video tomorrow night. A good learning save would be for a friend. Yeah, so what I would always say, and I assume you are a brand new player to the game, Jessa. So what I would say is, if you're brand new, either pick one of two teams. Either the team you support in real life, no matter where they are, if they're playable, obviously. Or a massive side. And if you happen to support a massive side, like a Barcelona or Man United or whatever, Man City, etc., then even better. Because if you support the team, then you know about the players, which means that when you see things like this, you'll know sort of, okay, I've seen this guy. I know kind of why the game has rated him the way that it does and the way that he works in the games. And if it's with a massive side, you kind of know enough about the players because you'd have seen them just by mitosis almost, to have an understanding of why the game rates the players the way they do. That way you don't have to constantly rely on interpreting the data yourself. You've kind of got a reference point for it. And I'd say that's the best place to start, honestly. That's the thing. But if you've got any more questions, drop them in chat and I'll do my best to help, and chat will probably be much more intelligent than me, as per. Hey, Brun Football. Oh. Glad to see the camera. Anything? No, Salaka. I mean, okay, I've talked to developers, as have most other people and streamers that you want to talk to. And generally speaking, when we're talking to these developers, I always get the impression that they are extremely passionate about the game. They're amazing people and they know what they're doing. I get the feeling that it's not them that's stopping things from progressing. I think it's just a case of people that want a certain thing out of the game are getting that thing. And at the end of the day, selling copies every year relies on marketability. Even though you already have an existing player base, it feels like whilst trying to branch out into a slightly more casual audience, they bring in features that don't really do anything other than make things kind of look like window dressing. They don't affect things underneath it. It's kind of like putting a body kit on a car, right? It doesn't make the car any faster, and most of the time it looks a bit like shit if you actually know anything about that sort of stuff. But from an outside perspective, you go, hey, that looks kind of cool, except that's not actually the case underneath, you know? Weird analogy, I realise, but yeah, that's the one I'm going with. Missed much today. Mostly just us trying to pick up some more bargains, and we found a method that might allow us to get more of our players out on loan. It certainly seems to be working. who support Learn the Game. Exactly. First thing I did when I got FM the first time was do a Fulham save because I knew the team, and it really helped, honestly. That as well. If you start with a big side as well, you'll be able to win games without too much difficulty, and that will get you sort of started off. You won't have to worry about getting sacked all the time. Also, don't be afraid to download tactics. People have made some amazing tactics that will work. Do it. Because it will allow you to get a bit of an easier ride with it to start. And then after a while, you can go, okay, why is this tactic working? What can I do to maybe build one from scratch that's similar or take some of the things you see in it? I don't know why I'm doing this. Forward. So I think those are the two things. Big club you support, download tactics. And then don't think that you have to learn everything at once. Take it bit by bit. There's still shit in this game I don't touch. I just let the staff do with it. Because some things I just don't think are worth your time. But there you go. Hello, Calga. How's it going? So many variables. Oh, exactly. It's just, yeah. People agree on player ratings and tactics interactions. Agreed. Exactly. It's also subjective, right? Kike Moreno, striker. The more I looked across to the right, the less I interested I got in him. Takeover in the third season, which killed the fun. Really? I would love a takeover. Actually, to be fair, at this point, a takeover would kind of be pointless for us. We have had a takeover twice in this save already. I didn't get a tycoon or anything, but in a save like this, I'd love a takeover, just not for me. And we obviously did have a tycoon take over Longford Town. He's just not... Whoa, it's happened! We had a tycoon take over Longford Town. He is still there, as far as I know, unless he's buggered off again. Okay, good. So he's still there. Nothing's changed. He's still pumping money in, hopefully. Exactly. Basically, be okay with completely cheating to learn. True. It's a single-player game, isn't it? So it's the best way to learn. Hey, Alec. Right, let's get this guy done, because I actually think this guy's a really good bargain for us. Get rid of these. Get rid of these. Get rid of these. Yeah, see, the compensation's 800k, and we're paying 800k, but compensation also comes with add-ons and stuff that you don't see until you get into the contract screen. That's another thing I'd like to see. Don't tell me the compensation's £800,000 if it's not. Because it's just not. Because there'll be all this stuff underneath here that it doesn't share with you until you get on this. How'd you get the face pack? Which face pack? Like the... As in the real faces. Because that's the DF11 face pack that I use. But if you mean the regen faces one, then that's the link right there that Icarus has just put in chat. Yeah, exactly. You can't expect that. What I would say is occasionally, though, I do find players do some very bizarre stuff where you have a specific instruction for your goalkeeper to kick short and he will obsessively kick it long. And when you're playing in like the Champions League, you're just kind of like, mate, come on. Like, come on. I think it's unlikely this guy's going to have a second nationality, but I guess we'll find out later. I thought I nearly put an actual release clause there. There we go. I suspect that he's unlikely to have one. Now we'll find he's born in Deventer. Right, cool. Right, I like him. I think he's a good piece of business for us. Particularly if we can retrain him. Which means he won't be able to go out on loan straight away, but that's fine. Usually, yep. That's the thing. You're not going to be able to do it straight off the bat. I remember the first thing I did... Actually, that's another thing. Pre-game... I mean, in-game editor, honestly. Make your players really good. Who cares? Like, just in... First thing about the game is find a way to have fun. Sorry, my belt was going weird. It's a game after all, and fun is the ultimate, is what you're looking for as an outcome here, right? So play the game the way that makes you have the most fun. And honestly, when you first get going with it, doing some deep lower league save where you don't know anything about the game is probably not going to be fun beyond the initial idea of the save, because you will struggle. It's difficult, man. FM's got a very steep learning curve, but then it kind of plateaus quite nicely and just has a steady upward trajectory after that, I think you can, but you can get that quite quickly. With simple stuff. Low teamwork. I don't know. We can actually see, can't we? Teamwork. How the player can follow tactical instructions whilst working hard. Interesting. That is a good point. So a goalkeeper with lone teamwork in that situation might be the reason, honestly. Tickets for a League of Ireland save. Smaller player pool at the start. So one thing I would say is you can increase the player pool at the start using a certain database setup. So I set up my database just to load loads of players, but not the leagues. That way you don't slow the game down, but you still get loads of players. And more importantly, all the teams still produce regens, but without you having the leagues loaded. Exclamation mark database for that. Loans and free transfers. And using trials as a scouting method. 15 years of revenue, you realise there is no credit. That's not what you want, Fog. Admittedly, I've not played it for 15 years. So I don't know. Get back to me in 6 years. And then I'll let you know. Which nation this is? This is the Republic of Ireland. he's fine. We paid 800 grand and he's worth that. That's fine. I'll immediately dump it. Also, what was this? 8 and... That's not bad. I'll get him training that role right away. Wing back, attack. So... Wow, they're actually better than I thought. Okay. I'm still going to get him on defensive positioning for the moment, just to sort those out while we try and find him a loan. Now, he might get a loan instantly. Oh, wait. Hang on. Is he 16 or 18? Oh, he's 16, so never mind. No loan for you. You're staying? Such a slog. Yeah. One thing I would say about lower league saves in England, though, is once you sort out a tactic that's kind of good at, say, the 9th tier, you're basically... And the same squad. That same team could pretty much carry you to the 6th tier like that in successive promotions. Because FM is not designed to be played at those lower levels. So there's no granularity. There's no skill gap between those levels because FM really only thinks in terms of, like, the difference between 6th tier and Champions League. And anything below that is not going to have the same skill gap levels because there's nowhere for it to go down.
Our baby is growing so quickly. Vive le mat.
Things you love to see. Silveretta, thank you very much for the 20 months. That is very kind of you, my friend. Thoughts on my tactic? Oh, God. That lull has thrown me. I mean, it's asymmetric. You've got Pogba. It's got a target forward. What more do you want? That's a lot of inversion. Look how inverted it is. It's the narrowest wide tactic I've ever seen. Find it hard to find good tool players. Yes. It depends on what you want to use them for. Because obviously the perfect striker to me is someone who's quick and tall, which is so hard to find. Like Haaland type of players. That's exactly that. Yeah, Lord Extraordinary. They would have to have the ability ranges between 1 and 100 rather than 1 and 20 in order for that to work. And most of the players in the game would have to be concentrated on like 50 to 60 plus in order for you to have that lower league granularity. And I think it would upset the balance too much if they did that. But that's why lower league saves can get very easy initially as well at the same time. It's a massive number 2. You'd love to see it. Yeah, I mean, best big tall player in terms of striker anyway. I mean, Valev is the man for that. They do exist. I mean, he's 6'5", but he actually has pace about him as well. He can finish. He's composed. These players don't come along very often, which is why when I see one, I'm like, yoink, you're coming with me, Sonny Jim. I mean, we signed him for, what was it? £45,000, and he's worth 73 to 84 million quid now. Oh, makes me happy every time I see that. That's the thing as well, yeah. But that in a way kind of means that it kind of works at the moment. But what that does mean, of course, is that it does become easy at that point. Like with Whipport, once we got a good tactic, we would boom, 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 you know? Chat. Should we change our pitch dimensions? Or should we just leave it as it is? We've never changed them in the save now. But so all we could do is we could make it bigger. It's currently set to minimum. Would bigger be better for us at this point? Make it 4D. I like your thoughts. I like where you're going with this. Oh, hang on. Sorry, my bad. He's a Bulgarian Haaland. He literally is. He's a... What was it? You tremendous Nordic meat shield. Go for the short fat one. We can only do minimum and maximum. We don't have the big ones. Bigger is better for wide play. And we do use wing backs. Pitch the shape of Doran's head. Bigger would make sense. Yeah, I suppose we are playing a narrow system, I guess, but we have to think about what it would be like in Europe, is the question. So the changes would only make it 4 meters wider and 5 meters longer. It was a better use and take than it should have been, Harv. It was the best one we've had in years, but still not great. I might still leave it as it is, honestly. Right. In the meantime, we've got ourselves a cheeky little Harold Bishop. You'd love to see it. To celebrate. Maybe less of a difference. Maybe? It's a shame we can't use more granular ones where you can change it around a little bit and have like the really narrow pitch or the SpongeBob square pitch ones. Like weirdly other Irish sides can, like Drogheda's Stadium, where it was super narrow. It's like they've unified the or like they've made it much more uniformic now, so there's only a few things to pick. Ice hockey pitch. I want rounded corners, Chatto. Right, Harold Bishop in 5 and 4 and 3 and 2, 1 and Harold!
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
And I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse, with sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse, with sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, fuck! goodness sake and shitting balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
It's true. We've got to make the most of this. This man's not going on TV for much longer, chat. I'm just saying. Have I checked that for the last couple of days? Even if I have... Oh, that's Valif. Of course he's wanted. Melling's under a bid. You guys are all fine. At least it shows that too, actually. Prucha. Oh. Yeah. Transfer. Derry. Okay, this is a rare one. We're going to actually do a transfer one. Transfer offer free, because we might as well at this point. See if I can make this work. I don't know if this is going to work. Usually when you try... I'm just going to see. Transfer for free to Derry City. I haven't really done this with transfers. Hey, right. Mostly we're just sort of trying to pick up some cheapy boys and also trying to get more players out on loan or sold permanently. I just wonder if this will work. I've never had that actually work for me in the past, so I want to see.
Oh, yes,
situations.
They are building it
Nobody
now.
knew there as well. Ondra XD, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're having a great day. Let's try. Right, let's see if this works. Okay, so that right there is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. So, oh, now hang on. Now they want to loan him. Did it say loan the whole time, or am I just an idiot? Because I swear it said transfer. But fine. Have we managed to get them to change their mind by offering them perm? I think I've just managed to force them to change their mind. Which I'm totally on board with, honestly. It's just weird. So, Melling's going to Bray. So, it said that they wanted to transfer him. I offered him to them for free, and they went, no, we'll have him on loan. So now they've got him on loan. Good work. Nice. So that's another 4 guys we've got out on loan just today, which is pretty sick. I remember the clay pitch. Didn't we play on a clay pitch a few times when we were managing in Africa last season? I swear. That could be it, actually, Thomas. I know what it is. It's because when we built the new stadium, it probably came with like parameters that we had to work within. That would make sense. I keep thinking we probably could have done that weird stuff when we had our old stadium still, but obviously with the new ground, it's probably quite, there's only so much grass you can add in certain areas, really, I guess, given the giant multi-million-pound stands we've got. Concrete pitch. If there is, I suspect that's what Rick Rolls fell over on earlier in today's stream when he broke his skull, because I'm still a bit baffled as to how that happened. Smart prior to the Conference League final. Sick. What round you in? What saves are you guys doing at the moment? I haven't asked that in years. I'm always curious to see what saves other people do. Intimate Christensen. Wow, that's quite a big bid. Still no, but it's better. Is better. I'm curious about that. Now, if you could name the team, I'd be very interested. Espanyol. Ooh. Lukacic. Wait, what? A falling out. Oh, you've still got years on your contract. You'll be fine. Building Nation Cyprus. Sick. With who? I remember when Den Bosch were a top flight side. Alcoholism in Bulgaria is my current save. Is that Alcoholism FK? I've not heard of them. Arca, nice. London, nice. Last 2 years I got the Champions League semis, but other Irish sides aren't doing as well. I'm curious. So, what season are you in, Paul? Lidinga. Ooh. I swear I recognise that name. I might have played against them with Uxal. Airbus UK, nice. Obey. I remember slapping them around, I think, yesterday, actually. How close are we getting to? When is our Champions League game? Oh, it's not to the end of February. We'll still get it in. Volendam. For the second time. I would love that. I'd love to win a Champions League. I'd love one Champions League, let alone a second one. Bear in mind, we are now at the start of this season. This is the start of season 24. We did 23 years with Tromsø. So you can see how much Ireland lagged behind Norway in terms of progression, also for ourselves, because of how much more we had to work to get to where we are, that it's taken us the same length of time to get to here, whereas with Norway, we'd already won 3 Champions Leagues by now and got them up to 3rd. So that's another loanee. Sick. Beautiful. Happy days. A few years behind you. Fair one. To be fair, I have got an inordinate amount of hours in this save. An unhealthy amount, some might say. Right, okay, good. So more players for the scouting list. I'm really hoping I find some gems when I do the demonstration of this for the scouting video. Hang on, he's free. Just take him for that. Not only free, but he might be one of the stray players that we like to see. Yep. Chat, we found one. We've got one. Oh, I've just hit the mic. We found one. We found one of the random players that gets into the national team squads or the younger national team squads but doesn't ever have a club. They get generated because they need to fill spots in the national teams. You get this much later in saves. So we take him for free. Okay, I guess a 2-year deal. All right. I love that they actually wanted a wage rise. Like, come on, mate. Come on. Let's be realistic here, shall we? Here we go. We found one. Things you love to see. I think we probably are right. Maris, I think we probably would have won the Champions League by now if we still had Juliet. Just think of how good that guy is. He's still better than both of our strikers. And that was a striker we had, what, 10 years ago in this save now? And that was when he was younger. Think of what he could have been. Well, we know what he could have been. We've seen it. There's absolutely no chance that he's still playing. Unless he's like... I mean, how old is he in real life? Because, like, there's basically no players from... Yeah, no, he's not there. I'm trying to think if there's any real players left, actually. Irish national team, Irish Vultures. I'll refund your points for that, though. What am I drawing? Makoko is the one player I can think that might still be playing. And even he might have retired. In fact, I think he has. Yep, there he has. He's retired as well. So if even Makoko's retired at 38 years old, it suggests that we might be running out of real players in this save. But we get some cool managers still, I suspect. We could just look at oldest players in the game, and that will help us, right? Let's clear all these. See if there even are any 43-year-olds. Or does that not actually work until... No, it does, okay. There must be some 40-year-olds, right? Bear in mind, as much as it says that, it's not actually selected. It just says that for some reason. Huh. Ah, wow, there's actually no 40-year-olds available. That surprises me. So there is a load of 39-year-olds. We've got Hugo Sacco, who starts at Marseille, is still playing. So these are the real guys there. We've got Simone Bissa, who starts at Hellas Verona as well. Bengal Costa with the 13 months. How's it going, friend?
Happy streak anniversary B. Wouldn't have wanted to spend it with any other world's OK streamer C-card.
Things you love to see. Thank you very much for that. I tried for 2 years. Trinidad now Bonarian right back. That's kind of sick. Bear in mind, we got one of those free randomly generated Nigerian guys, had 5-star potential, and is now worth £8 million. Incredible. What happened to Dundalk? How do you mean, JLab? Oh, in terms of they just had a really good run in Europe. They were a bit lucky to win at Old Trafford, but not that lucky. It's kind of mad. Victor Eng as well. He starts off at Starbucks. So he's a real player as well. So these are the real guys left, I suspect. He's not real, is he? Or he might be. I think he is real. He might just have a regen face in this because of that. We had a different setup to start with. Nelson Goodwin. I think he's a regen. Just Henry Maton. He's real as well. Starts off at PSG, actually. And then Kenny Feenley, who plays for Wigtown and Bladnoch. What a great name. It says, like I said, that doesn't mean anything. That always says that, no matter what you do. So basically, when I do the Z-Gen things, you have to use a filter called that, but it's not actually selected, but it always changes the name there, even if it's not actually on. I don't know why. Just FM stuff, I guess. Right, these guys. What about you? Maciel. Whoa. Oh. Okay, definitely want more information on him, particularly the double-footed thing here. Oh, we were over the moon when Dundalk did that. I mean, it's crazy that they've managed to do so well. You're a D-rated player, so probably because of the price, right? Anyone in here that's worth it? Okay. Might send some of these guys around again. I'll send him around again too. No one's there that I'm like, oh my god, must sign. And Mama Lawson. Oh, that must be. Oh, that's that. Wait, what is that friendly? So we're getting Aaron Dudash. Nice. Yeah, Regan Bootie's still here, of course. Crot never dies. That man is still going to be playing. Wow. Hey, he's a freebie, right? I can't even do anything with him. He's just here now. I'm in Bielefeld. No. We don't want you don't go out and unload to them. But it's good to show that there is loan interested, but you're not going back to Germany. No, not today. Yes, Bizzababy. This is as of, well, technically as the start of the pandemic, but also, to be more transparent, a few months into that, once there was actually more income generated, that's when it actually became my job. But now it is, yeah. So we're going to try... Oh, let's check the list again, see if there's any changes to it. Still Linfield. Still Linfield. They haven't put a bid in, though, have they? It's like, come on, Linfield, sort your shit out. Corley Corbett, Dundee. Same guys again. I think maybe it was too soon between checks, but just wish some of these guys would get those loans. Booty is everything. He's the ass man, he's the boob man, he's all things. He's all things to all men. Thank you, friend. Yeah, it's fun. It's difficult, but it is fun. You know, it'd be a bit of an obvious lie if I said that this wasn't fun. Weird Wonderful Managers search. If you mean the European ones, we did check that. Yes. In fact, it was only like 2 streams ago. I'll refund your points, but I will quickly check it. But it wouldn't have changed very much because it was not that long ago that we last looked. So I'm going to do a quite cursory one for you here. Like, there was a couple of strange ones in there. Like, Yuri Sharon at Belgium is pretty cool. Fabio Grosso. Antoine Barraud. Okay, cool. That's a new one, I think. Igor Tudor. Yeah. Stuart Weaver. Okay. David Nielsen is the Denmark manager. Roberto De Zerbi is the New England manager. Fair one. Christian Chaos, of course. The France manager was... Oh, yeah, that was the guy that was a player, wasn't he? Thiago Motta is the Georgia manager. It's Italy's manager, if I recall, was a bit of a strange one. I can't remember who it was. Bruno Lage is Ireland manager. Jack Ross, that's right. Jack Ross is the Italy manager. Took over from someone else mad. Was it Sean Dyche or was that prior to that? Can never bloody remember. Danny Cowley is the Northern Ireland. That might be a new one, actually. Candido. Yeah, I don't think it's changed a lot since the last time we had a look. A regen manager is now Scotland manager. Michael Rose is Spain manager. Paul Hartley, of course, at Sweden. Alex Neil at Turkey. Not Turkey, Switzerland. That feels new. Yeah, there's still a couple of new ones in there, to be fair. Ah. Oh, that's expensive. Although, hello, this man here. He feels intriguing. Just get rid of these guys. They're all D-rated. I'll get rid of these guys. Remove from shortlist. Not short. You know what I mean. Doing the Millennium 2K method. Right, John Arnold. I mean, 19 years old. He's mostly a loan sign. I assume that's yeah, it's an agent offer. Not interested in that. This guy, though. Martin Billy. Would be very cheap. I think Haaland retired pretty late in this save too. Not as late as that. Worth a punt at that price, I suppose. He's not good, though. He's really not good. But if it's under 100 grand, it's worth it, right? £39,000, it's worth it. Now, of course, he is going to say at this stage of my career, of course. There's Christophe Albust. He's all tits, chat. And also... he's okay, I guess. Haruchian Hubert is a great name. Oh, wow. I've never seen Haruchian as a first name. It almost sounds Armenian. But I don't think it is. Just because of the spelling. It's a cool name, though. I rate it as a name. So I can cheat. Oh, so I'm doing a full video about it, Ryan, coming out on Saturday. But basically, the TLDR, and there is more to it than this, is under 19, under 21, under 23 national teams. Triage it based on how many scouts you have versus how much time you have. Pick certain nations, go after them, then just filter through each time. 1 week scouting for anyone you like, and then slowly but surely you just filter the list down. No second nationality, just German outright. Haruchian. Yeah, it definitely sounded Armenian. It's weird to have it as a first name too. It sounds like an Armenian surname. Oh, I see. Yeah, and he is an Armenian. And did play it in Germany. Was that Fortuna Köln? Yeah, so he did weirdly play at Köln, actually. Hilariously. That would explain that, but it's weird that he doesn't have Armenian second nationality at all. Touted as the next Paul Breitner, though. So that's the thing that's happening, apparently. Dominic Felbinger. Worth another look at, I suppose. This is a cool name as well. Galikito Kishna. I mean... Surinamese. Okay, that makes sense. It's just... yeah. And then... Davide Liberti is... wow, okay. Hang on. It's got some okay... maybe it's just because we don't have the ranges set right. I'll settle these guys again. He's going to say this stage of my career. I can feel it. He has all the hallmarks of a this stage of my career type of chap. Calling it now. A lot of hair. His hair's only rated at 2 at the moment. It's going to get up to 20. And... okay. I don't even know anymore, mate. I don't know. A £40,000 signing from Bannock Ostrava won't join us at this stage in his career. Let's ask his agent again, see if it does the same thing as that other guy. I bet he'll happily sign for Espanyol or something, though. Hammer them. It's 4-2. Let's not get over the top here, shall we? Getting a lot of that today. Loan him. Yeah, maybe that's it. Players are figuring out the loan farm. He's just like, he knows how good he is, and he's like, are they really interested in me? Yeah, I thought we'd pass it too, but it seems like it's coming back with a vengeance today. Number is 2, I revert back to 0. You're right. Gandhi's about to bomb someone. Another quick check. Ooh, I think some of them have changed. So Linfield are no longer interested in those guys anymore, unless their transfer window shut. That could be it. Macaulay Corbett, same thing. Are Liverpool ever actually going to sign this guy? Or are they just going to keep... You can bomb with Scamrock Rovers, yeah. There's so much they need to fix. Stuff like that, though, yeah. You know, agree position. Mate, you've been playing loads. You literally scored in that game we watched. But at some point, bringing you back might not be the worst idea. And same with Christensen. No, you're at Bohemian. You'd definitely stay at Bose. Oh, yeah. The more players out of Bohemian, the better. Presumably, he's just been played slightly out of position, but I'm alright with that if it means he gets to play. Okay, so Faye is actually going to go to Liverpool. I wonder how much he's going to be worth. So it's £4.6 million with a 50% profit clause, annoyingly, because I clicked the wrong button. How much do we reckon he's going to be worth at Liverpool? It's mad that he's signing for Liverpool. That just baffles me. I'm so annoyed that he didn't want to go back to, or Bose didn't want to extend the loan. I reckon it's going to be a little bit less. I reckon it's going to be like 12 or something. Quite cheap, I reckon. But if it's more, then I'll be happy for it. Right, let's see. Okay, the deal's done. Okay, I think I was kind of bang on there, really. 10.5 to 13. 12 is kind of well within that. He's a decent striker, but 46 grand a week he's going to get at Liverpool. I mean, fair play, buddy. It's just a shame that you've left Ireland. You did so well for Bose over the year. No other clauses I can sell, is there? No, just Brannigan at the moment. How's he getting on, old K-Brands? He's a decent centre-back. Maybe lacks the height, but it would have been nice to have him come through our club, you know?
In winter,
Samuel L. Jackson. Thank you very much for the follow. Oh, that's now a 1 to 4. Is that better or worse than before? I actually can't remember. Bob Movies Gamer, thank you very much for the tier 1. A brand new tier 1 as well. That's very, very kind of you, my friend. Chat, can we get some sub hype for the brand new tier 1? Thank you so much, Bob. That's very kind of you. I think I've said very kind of you about 7 times, but it's true. And I really do appreciate it. So thank you. Hope you're having a great Tuesday. I was weirdly delayed there. It's because my notifications get stacked up and the lights are like, no, I'm going here now. Andy, easy. You know Andy's 27 now. Andy is 27 years old. Still somehow is earning money. How can I say? It's Andy. You know Andy. That guy. It is annoying that he's not going out on loan, though. Shelbourne, where he was last year, I think. I can't believe they paid us money for him. Oh, well, thank you very much, Bob. That's very kind of you. Stealing a living. Much like myself. Me and Andy have that in common. Oh, dear. Annoying how I knew you were going to... I knew it. I summoned you with that. This Andy Slandy right now. The Ander Slander coming through. Squad numbers. Oh, good lord. Well, at least we've got a few more spots available. I think. Hi, FM. Can we sort these properly, for fuck's sake? There we go. Got there in the end. How many times must I click that? Right. Good lord. Imagine that. You join a new club and like, sorry, the lowest number we've got for you is a 71. It still hasn't even sorted most of them. Deary me. A hot prospector Bayer Leverkusen. Checking him out. Check it. So for some reason I felt all Fire Saga there. Checking you out. Hey, Charu. It's going good. How are you? The hot prospect is this lad. He's amazing. It's none currently. But what I can show you is Michel North. To be fair, I don't know where Leverkusen is in relation to Germany, but hopefully it's in the north. Because they've got Michelle North. Over 99 players. I don't know. I'll ask me in 2 years. He's quite good, actually, isn't he? I mean, he wouldn't... Actually, he probably would get in our team. He's a pretty solid central midfielder, to be fair. Maybe wouldn't be great getting forward for them, but he's a decent player. Not a hot prospect by any means, but a solid option, nevertheless. Oh, dear. How many players have we got, actually, now? I'm curious. What's the hierarchy up to these days? Oh, wait. No, it's on 97. So that's not as bad. It's dropped a little bit. It'll continue to go up again. Which is fine. That's what we want. Host President Final. I think whoever that was, we got them. Or it was the same guy that I checked on the last stream. Ah, yes, it's none currently. But luckily, yeah, there's no hot prospect for Final. But luckily, we've got Johan Pronk. Love that. Lovely name. Decent central midfielder. Again, has a cap for the Netherlands. Coat and Mike could be 2 players. That would just be... Like, it sounds like a cool idea in practice, but the logistics of it would just be impossible. Because you'd have to always be linked up at the same time. And that's the problem with network saves. They're great, but you can't expect to go years and years and years and years and years with it, unfortunately, because of the time constraints on people. None currently is a proper good player. So many clubs are trying to sign him these days. To be fair, I think the reason Feyenoord keep losing their top prospects is because we keep signing them off them for free. Or was that PSV? It's one of them. It's just a good name. Johan Pronk. They always sling in their name. Yeah, there'll be loads of like people like called Slinger, or like something Slinger. Or like all these clubs here. Oh my days. Yes, there's a lot of them. In fact, there's 228 people. Some of them have no real connection to these things. Okay. That right there is a superb name. Ong Ong Ooh. It's just a wonderful name. Love it. I've never seen OO as a name before, but also just the double Ong Ong is amazing. Love that. Lots of Chinese players showing up in this search. Non-currently family mafia in it. They're a dynasty. Bobby Flint. Philip Frings. Imagine if there was a Ryan Gosling. There isn't. There is, however, this man. Stalin Grusso. Can we talk about that for a second? Hey, Ryu. Man's name is Stalin. I want to see if there's any more. There is quite a few of them. Hey, Argyle. 92 of them. Obviously, there'll be lots of... Got to keep an eye out. Stelios... Yeah, there's Stalin Grusso. Is there any more? Stalin Lemos? It must be a South American thing. Can I have him? We can have Putin right next to each other. Lots of guys called Cutlin. I think that's the only 2. Igor Saplin is a cool name as well. Dwight Stacy. That's a cool name. Lennox Stanky. What M says to me when I fart in bed. The lesser spotted single T-mat. Those are the rare ones. It's got that stanky leg. So he's Fat Stalin. Even better. It's perfect. What a great name. Have I missed any more? We did Andy, Feyenoord. Oh no, wait, I'll show you that. Sling, none currently. We've looked up none currently before, but obviously there isn't anyone called none currently or anything close to it. Wonder how close we get. Meme budget. The closest to somehow the closest to none currently is Jose Carreño. For whatever reason. He could be the dictator of football. Yeah, it would be nice if you could just put like quotations and search for solely the thing you're looking for and not have all the different things. Is he still knocking about? He's still playing for Mariupol. He was on the next gen list one time. It's kind of mad that he's still playing at Mariupol. And hang on, there was a person there called Olive Garden. Wait, what? Do I get free breadsticks? Oh, I thought that was actually going to be so called Olive Garden. Oh, lifetime supply. Perfect. Cassiopeia, are you Foxy in disguise? He's basically not playing their true. Wow, they've not really progressed in this save, have they? They won the 3rd tier in 2030. They do at least have a player. Fortunato Ribeiro is another goalkeeper, and he's actually got good aerial reach. Imagine. Garden O' Olives. Garden of Olives like that sounds like a name that you'd get in like an African nation. Yeah, the fact that he's a Ukrainian player in Mariupol is just... It's like the game is just trolling at this point. George Nunn currently. Yeah, there's not much I can really show you about Cassiopeia, really, because obviously they've won... All of these are presumably from the past. Of course they're from the past, right? What, they're going to be from the fucking future? Like, these are the trophies they're going to win. Flashhard, thank you for the 2 months. Hope you're well. Like Pato Ward. Don't you mean Pato Award? Is it Pato Award? The IndyCar driver. Is Godwin my life? I see that, and I raise you this one. To me, Fat on Cake is just... It's so far up there. Along with Rick Rolls, Dick Bacon was also a solid option too. But Fat on Cake is just a classic because it's not just like, it's not like a rude name or anything. It's just a funny one. It's beautiful. Wow, Jasufi's actually... That's nice to see him up there. Royal Antwerp. I know they'll have a hot prospect because they've got so many good players in this save. No, of course not. They don't. It's none currently. Luckily, their key player is Chardonnay Kayembe, which, love that. Great name. Lovely physicals as well. Oh. Who do I have now? Oh, what for Ireland or for Dundalk? Just in case. Oh, so close. There's Justin Cisse, who's Burkinabe, who plays for Van, who I assume are a Burkinabe club. They're French, never mind that. Can never tell these days. And Dick Bacon. That's Bacan, Matt. That's Bow. Got them in the end. Aww. No Dick Bacon on this save. You hate to see it. Did that. Didn't do that. Cool. Now we're just setting cool reading names and I'm here for it. Dick Cock is a bit of a classic, I would say. And wait, there's a player called... That's good. I really like that. What's his actual name? Even before his real name is Real Madrid. Parents were big fans. Thank you, Lukey. That's very kind of you, my friend. Welcome aboard. I say that as if you've not already been here, but like, yeah, thank you. That's very kind. Raul Madrid. Raul Madrid would work perfectly. That's a great name. Roberto Madrid. Ah. Can't you just call him Raul from now on? Nagoita. Oh, that's what... I swear I had a really good player called Nagoita from Romania before. Oh, a Norwegian. Yes, please. And another Romanian. Okay, this is much more like it. You lot can all go away, I suspect. Oh, that's a big chunk of go-aways. You'd love to see it. That's really going to work through our backlog a little bit more there. Right, these guys, though. Fullback, Serbian. Davor Motorov. Oh, look at the tackling. He's unsporting, too. He, surely, right? Punt? Crossing's terrible, of course, but there's enough there at 16 where you're like, probably take him, right? I'd say so. Process sign, obviously, that will do the thingy, so it's best to just go after him manually. He isn't motoring anywhere, true. If it's 600, I'll probably think it's worth it. Yeah, we'll do that. Plus, he's called Motorov. Yeah, he's cheap. 600 is fine. Claudio Radu, Wigger. Can he tackle? No. But he can cross and dribble. He's not the slowest. Yeah, we've got Romanians in here. That's all we need. 2034. Okay, yeah, so you've still got plenty of work to do, I suppose. Usually give plungers. No, I tend to leave my contracts quite as long as possible because the way I look at it is if that player's still got 3 years left on their deal, I don't mind upsetting them for a month if it means I get to keep them on their current wage. Because it just saves the club so much money. I'll offer them a contract when they've got like 18 months left, provided I can. More info. I don't know. Hang on, let's see how cheap he is. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, Crowbar obviously is the first port of call. That's a lot. I might send him round again, actually. Then again, that's less than the other guy was. But this guy doesn't even play the position we want, technically. I'll send him around again. They'll come back. The guy at Spurs is 35 million. And to be fair, he's legitimately good.
I'm the Pope. Cooper, take off the Pope hat.
Oh, RA9300815. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm fairly certain I got a spam call from that number yesterday. But thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Any nationalities? I don't think so. I'll have a look in a sec. I'll scout this guy again, but too much money. Sometimes they will talk to you, though. So it's worth to keep an eye on if they're really good. Aerial reach. Great reflexes. Should we just try him? Ooh. Fuck it. We'll just see. You, though, would be... He's very quick, actually. 17-year-old at Bayern Munich. I like what I see. He's fast. His finishing's a bit average, but we've seen with Valev how much we can improve that. At least his composure's good to start with. Passing's okay as well. I wonder how much they'd actually want for him. If it's under 5, I'd be considering. Oh. Would they go for that? 4.5. Now, it's because Bayern, they'll probably both say no. But I kind of want to find out on him, honestly. We've got the cash. We've actually got more money now than we started with because I sold Fidel Fay. That's the situation we're in. We've actually gained money during today's stream. I reckon they'll both stage at their careeros, yeah. You're probably not wrong. Right, let's just see if there is anyone we could do a full national team out of. So there's only 5 Bulgarians. Oh, no. So there's 5 Bulgarians there. Only 1 Colombian? Really? I guess the others must have already gone on loan. Oh, hang on, wait. If we include players that are out on loan already, Fiddle Fay went to Liverpool, incredibly. Random drop frames there, GG. Only a couple of... This is the thing, we've just not been able to get many Argentinians and Brazilians because none of them will talk to us. And the ones we do have are all out on loan, it would seem. Quite a few Bulgarians, a decent chunk of Croats, few Czechies. Oh, Denmark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes! No goalkeeper, though. One of the outfielders is going to have to go in goal. Few Dutchies, lots of Norwegians. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But that goalkeeper could make the difference. Quite a few Portuguese. There's obviously tons of Irish lads. Not that many Romanians anymore, but the ones we do have are absolutely outrageous. So that's helping. Lots of Serbs. A surprising amount, actually. It's just most of them are on loan at Dundalk. Not that many Swedish lads, honestly. We haven't managed to find that many good Swedish players so far in this save. A couple of United Statesies and even a Venezuelan. A Venezuelan? That doesn't sound right in my head. Right, let's get rid of you. So we can see if there's any newbies. Hello. Oh, now we're talking. Now, oh, you again. Oh, now we're... This is what I mean. I think this is the key. It's like every week or so, a different club will come around and have a look at some players. But look, now all of a sudden, some Pats want him as well. My guess is they actually don't want him. They want one of them. And they're interested in a midfielder. So my suspicion is when I do this, they'll put a bid in for one of them, but not the other one. Mamani is still Linfield, I guess. Yep. Macaulay Corbett is still... Yep, that's fine. But that's another couple of them that we've managed to get out. Hopefully get out on loan as well. Excellent. I bet you they put in a bid for one and decline on the other. Or decline both at random. There you go. See, look. They only wanted one of them. They were looking for a midfielder. That's what I was on about. Dearie me. I can't anymore. So yeah, he's new contract. He's this stage in my careering us because obviously, you know, you're only a 16-year-old at Bodder. Why would you want to play for a team in the Champions League? We're going to get this guy, I guess, then. Dearie me, eh? We'll get Jason Hayes out as well. He's one of our youth players. But if someone wants him, it'll be like someone like in the second tier. But, you know, whatever, right? Noticeably Longford absent from all of these. We could have our own intramural World Cup. I look forward to it. There we go. Get him as well. Right, let's go back to that and just look at Jason Hayes quickly. Who's he wanted by? Athlone Town. That's fine. Any extra player out on loan could help someone, right? Just adds to the loan farm. Anyone else further down? Bolger as well? Shelbourne, right? Take them. Why not? I always forget about the players that actually came through our club. You never know. Might be some decent options in there for people. Igbo as well. Bray Wanderers. Wait, what the hell? How was he not on the dev list? Okay, well, it looks like we might not need him on the dev list anymore. Get you out as well. Is there any more down here? And base out. Yeah, probably not him. But even if we just get a couple of extra guys out on loan, I think this is just sorted by age now, isn't it? Yeah, and these are all the guys that are ineligible for it. That's cool. A few more loanees out there. That'd be nice. So Motorov's coming in. Yep, so Hayes, Bolger, and then Egbo as well. Perfect. Another one. Was Galvin wanted? Wait, Max Galvin was wanted too. Ooh. Hey, Callum. We can get him out as well then. Where was Galvin? Max Galvin. Or is that a... it's a transfer. If Dundalk come in, then... Actually, should we try to pull that same shit that we tried to pull on Derry City? I want to see if this works again. So, those who missed it earlier, Derry City were interested in one of our players for transfer. I offered him to them for free. They turned it down, and then they wanted to loan him instead. So I want to see if this works. So transfer offer of £0, bear in mind. We then target him specifically at Dundalk, because they do need a keeper. I want to see if this works a second time. So Dundalk, clubs proposed to, fee of nothing. Let's see if this works. Motorov, B-. Wow. That's not a bad deal, actually, at the end of the day. I'll take that. A B team promoted to a playable league. It depends on most saves. I think I had my Bologna B team in a playable league. They were into the they got them to the 3rd tier of Portugal. Of Portugal? That would be something. Of Poland. Positions at the end of the season just gone happen with whatever happens. So basically, this season it's like a year removed. So whatever if we got 4th this year, the year that would happen after, it would be the next season's Champions League that we would see the update for that, basically. Hey, Akio-chan. Getting all the coefficients. So we're up to, well, club and country. Country, no idea because we're not focusing on it. But 7th is our current spot in the coefficients. But as things stand, we're actually 4th. So if we have a good enough, if we continue this year well enough, we could end up going to the 4th this year, which would be sick. So we'll get you, you're 16 again. So you're just going to stick around a bit, I suppose. I'll get you training your role at least. So I wish you could just click it. Wing back, attack. His actually positioning is quite good. We'll just keep him in there. Yeah, I've noticed that as well. But the thing we're doing at the moment seems to be helping us target them. Because I've noticed that some of them just go on and off on a day-to-day basis, whether they're interested or not. So it's helpful. In Poland. Oh, Poland is a really fun league. It's just a fun league to manage. Who did you pick up, Callum? Oh, the Ireland manager is currently Bruno Lage. Because the guy that was previously the Ireland manager, the captain is Ilya Keating now, by the way. I really hate looking at this chat because Ilya Keating and Chris McLean both came through at Treaty United. Now, Chris McLean, obviously, I sold. That was on purpose. But Ilya Keating was one of the poached guys. And 2 of our former players are in the Irish national team, despite... Why is Poland fun? Because cool teams, but also the league rules are really sick. So you can get a lot... There's less restrictions on the players you can sign. Or there certainly was. I think we've come pretty close to it a few times, Paul, honestly, yeah. So I'm fairly certain there was no manager in between. That's landmarks, Matt. Yeah, Joe Shaughnessy was the manager for 3 years, and he's now the Dundalk manager. Has the poach... I was just thinking that. Kieran Foley. Or am I spelling it wrong? No, that's definitely the right spelling. So I think he's just disappeared from the game, which is just great. See you later, Ricini. Artist formerly known as Ilya Keating, yeah. Ronan's brother, obviously. So we've got our Champions League reg as well soon. Sligo... I thought that said £17 million for a second. I wouldn't put it past Sligo. They are fucking mental, but still. Even by their standards, that's mad. Oh, they actually went for it. I mean, fair play. I've never seen that happen. They actually went for it when I offered him to them for free. I guess it's because they were already interested, but fuck me. Yes, please. That's perfect. It's a shame to lose a Galvin, admit. Oh my god, our first league game is against Cab and Teely. Favoured personnel section matters. I think to a degree. I think if you've got a player that, say, was a former player at your club, or you go to a new side and you want to try and sign him, I think it does matter that you have a good relationship with that player. So it will probably make them more likely want to join you. But I think it's just another of the many factors that go into it. Dos exceeds red. Chelsea wants back. Inter are trying to loan our best striker off of us. I do love the fees they put on those loan deals. They're so out of whack with everything else. Phone is just really fun. How much of a loss on Galvin? I think it's like 2 million. 2.3? 2.3 million would be the loss on him, but you know what? If Dundalk get a good keeper out of it. Tries first time shots. Wait, you're the... That might not be the worst thing. Okay, so, wow, good stuff once, potentially. Might be thinking, players we don't need, but with low wages to offer the teams for free transfer. Yeah. It's tough to find. That's why I do so many punts. That's why we're just taking extra punts today, I think. Those cheapy ones are just so worth it. I forgot about this. After speaking with Palinate Mate, I believe he no longer has concerns about how you handle team talks. Well, good, because I never remember having this issue in the first place. Jesus. Yeah, it's these ones here. Look. 32 million. So that would be, what, 54 million with the loan. Obviously, there's a little bit of cost for the actual loan. But the thing is, he's worth 74 million. These loan with option deals that the AI put in are never even close to the value of your players. They're mad. It's always the same. They really need to sort that. Liam streams. Thank you very much for the follow. Liam, I've got a question for you. Do you stream? Paolo, how's it going? Was to come, but also didn't. We signed a few more cheapy guys, and we've been getting a lot more loanees done. That's what, 5 guys we've got out on loan today just during stream. We're going to get a few more coming too, because look, 1, 2, there's just 4 more guys there that we're going to get out on loan. That's not bad. Fees are really hard. Yeah, it's still stupid though. They think, oh, we can't. Who are you? £7 million? Yeah, no. I mean, actually, what I might do with this, because Mate is a legend, obviously, but he's going to get less and less game time this season, and he's going to kick up a fuss about it. What I'm going to do is do the thing where I say if we get a reasonable offer, see what he wants. Can I just do an 11 million? Oh, I'm sorry that 11 is unreasonable, but 7.75 is somehow isn't. Fine, whatever, Mate. If they actually come in with that, but then what I'm going to do is take that off. Because if you have that there, clubs will put non-negotiable bids in all the time. If you put it back to unspecified, you get a bit more control. So I can still sell him for that price, but you can then negotiate the deal better. 25 minutes trying to diagnose an unplugged monitor. We've all been there. Yeah, these are terrible bids. They're all going to be non-negotiable again, aren't they? Yep. So dumb. Oh well. It doesn't mean a thing, so you won't get pissed at me, which is fine. Oh look, it's Dundalk in the President's Cup. Tripped over a sausage roll earlier. Is the sausage roll okay? Is it still edible? These are my questions. Please answer. 40 million. Wow. Oh, he's now a wonder kid. I mean, actually, to be fair, like, he's always been a wonder kid. He's just such a good backup striker. It's unbelievable to be able to bring him in. Oh. Sell Spack. No, it was Mate I would sell. Spack is not ready to go. Spack is still a fantastic player in this team. Wait, what? Huh? Why do you care so much about this? This doesn't happen in real life. Players don't care that much about other players' contracts. I love how whenever this happens as well, Thighs Freeze is the only one who's ever on my side. The others are always with the other player for some reason. Seen a growth in rep. I suspect it has. We can find out. You could see. I wish you could see a rep chart, but you can see that it has grown. But look at that. It's nearly at the same level as the second tier in Scotland, which actually shows you how far it was. You know? Fair, mate. Good stuff. Seb knows where his bread's bud. Hello, Pogs. Wage contribution. Oh, they love doing that. I once had a team demand an entire, like, it was like, I think, no, it can't have been an entire. It was like, it was a big side as well. Like, an Inter Milan or someone from one of my saves a couple of years ago. They wanted to buy one of my best players off me, but have me pay 50% of their wages. It's like, why would I agree to that? Why would anyone agree to that? Almost up there with the Maltese Prem. The big leagues, you mean? I'm actually kind of curious to see how much Longford are spending. 1 to 20 this season. Bear in mind, they were favourites last year too. So Kova spending 149, 140. Should be around about the same. 133, 128. Wow. Farps 178, bit more. 167. Shelbourne will be spending a little bit more than that. 207. Bray Wanderer is probably about the same. 400. Jesus. Drogheda at 650. And then Longford Town, 1.5 million. What if they've signed anybody yet? With their big finance. Rich Tycoon Club signed John Kilkenny from Waterford on free. And they signed Gavin McDonald from Dundalk on free. These are the signings they're making. This is why they're never going to go anywhere. This is what they do with Tycoon money. Had to be tech support. Oh, what were you tech supporting, Pog? First time since this has happened. Wait, what's happened? Oh, last 2 weeks, 0 minutes. Yeah, that will never happen with me, considering I have to play this like 60 something hours a week or something. Yeah, stuff like that really does need to be looked at. And I don't know why it's so difficult to have it be looked at. Just make clubs sign reasonable players. If a club is a rich team and has a tycoon, they should be spending that money, right? That's fine, Heathervax. It means you get to be with us instead. I give you permission to go home. How about that? Ole! Thank you for the follow.
Can get very depressing.
Either that or I'm about to burst into tears with how emotional I am about having you all here. No, something in my eye. Ooh. Both of those things can be true at the same time. Right, let's see. This shouldn't change all that much, should it? They're both under 21, and they're also homegrown. So, regardless, when they're no longer able to be exempt, they'll just become registered. But Neslow's under 21. Randy... I could just register Randy, I guess, since he's here. These guys don't want to be registered, or don't need to be registered. Yeah, I think we're fine. Actually... Oh, we actually could fit some extra guys in, to be fair. If I wanted to. Bogdanov doesn't need to be registered. Could put Miggy Ramos in if I wanted. Why not? And I guess we could bring in Denev too, I suppose. Wow. Look at us. It's almost like we've actually planned our squads out properly. The fact that I can actually register extra players now. We've got enough guys to count as homegrown and everything. It's been... Oh, sod off, Enrique. Well then... I most sincerely apologise. I do sympathise with that. You shouldn't, Enrique. I'm being a bastard. Morgan Pedersen. Ah, yes. He of the famous loft injury. His actual name is Morten Pedersen, before anyone asks. But you can't have a player called Morten Pedersen and not call him Morten Gamps Pedersen. But his growth was... Hang on, he's a model citizen? Has he always been a model citizen? Or have I literally had this exact same realisation about 5 times in this save now? Okay, but regardless, he's got a very good... God, I wish he could go out and... Why is he not on the dev list? I think I took him back because we were going to maybe play him more, but now he needs a loan. He'd be so good for someone else right now. But yeah, he's the guy that broke his neck falling out of a loft in this save. As in, that actually happened. He went in the loft so you don't have to. Precisely. We've got Christmas tree decorations because of him. They're all fully available too. Do a bit of that. Buying her in for someone else again. I'm hoping... Luckily, the Irish window lasts a bit longer, so those Irish clubs won't be desperate to sign our guys right now. As you can see from the fact there's nothing... No, like, red line. Fuck it. We might as well put this on the highest one anyway, because we've got so much money, we don't need it. And also, because why not? Troubles had a guy called... Well, there you go. It's set in the stars. Right, so Egbo's going to go to Bray. Another loan signing done. Right. Oh, hello. This is a bigger bunch. Some terrible people in here too. But this guy's called Rolly. So we've got to give him that at least. You guys are probably not that great. Although, I can't take that risk. Ah, shit. It's a risk I'm not willing to take. I want to find out for myself. You guys are both D-rated again. Discard. Okay. D for discard. Alexander Mikor. Yeah, I probably should just discard him, shouldn't I? Gianpietro Sensi. Good jumping reach. No strength. I mean, the man can barely lift his own legs, so I'll probably acknowledge these two. They do come back round, then fine. Francesco Gotelli. It's the goat. Oh. Yeah, no, he'd probably be better off on the dairy farm making goat's cheese. But Gotelli is an incredible name. Imagine if you had a really good player with that surname. It's set in the stars. He's rubbish, but Florin. Oh, hang on. Another ridiculous Romanian. No jumping reach, of course, but finishing's good, potentially. First touch is solid. Passing's decent. He's just a kid. Nice. Love it. Oh, to be fair, we don't need to do that, Scott. We can do it ourselves. It's part of the fun. I might try and take a punt on him. Of course, he will say at this stage in his career, because that is just the topic of today. Yeah, I'm probably going to put a bit less on there, actually, but 500k is fine. Chiarani, unless he's really... He won't talk to us anyway. These guys are at massive sides. Juan Vicente, centre-back. More information, probably. What about you, though? Jose Luis Rodriguez. Ooh. Cheap. Probably wouldn't talk to us, but worth a go, right? And there's obviously Dave Jones-Evans, who is still very good. But I think the time to sign him would have been when he was 18. Full starter team. We probably could. We've got enough players knocking about. Okay. What do you reckon? This stage of my career? Oh! Well, I'll be damned. Hey! Everything's coming up Millhouse. That's more like it. Oltianu's well up for it, which is good. He's probably going to be gash, but, you know, more for the loan farm, right? I want to get that loan farm to like 70 players. And I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility for us to actually manage to do that this season. If we carry on finding loans for the players the way we are at the moment. There we go. Pog. Lovely. He's going to cost a bit more money, but I actually think he's probably worth it because I'm seeing things about him that I really like. Regular starter obviously isn't going to happen, and neither is that. But did that say he wanted me to strengthen the attackers when he is an attacker? Or is it midfield? Carl Earl with the mean budget. Call him Kal-El. Kal-El. We'll have to change that when he joins us. 6k. Let me just ask my assistant first. Yeah. Figured that might happen. Okay, so he's got no wage clause rises, so that's fine because we can dump in a Spanish international clap, which I can make quite high as well. Maybe not as high as that, but that should buy us enough leeway to get his contract to be a decent length and get rid of things like that. I reckon that should be enough. Yeah, there we go. 6 years. It was attacker. That's mental. It's like I'm buying a striker, and his demand is that I strengthen the attack. I mean, in a way, I am doing that, sir, with you. Yeah, the Spanish, unless he's got like some mad second nationality. No, we're fine. So Robbie Bolger is going out on loan. That's another loan sorted. Lovely. We're getting Oltianu straight off the bat. Will he join us straight away? Or will he have to wait? No, he's in. All right, fine. 16 years old. Language course. Worth more than we paid for him. Low determination, though, probably is the downside on him, honestly. But life goes on. We move. Son away his soul. Yeah, basically, Head of Access, what we do. We're getting Santana against Van Halen as well. I wish. Offers made for... Nope. Those are all fine. I'd rather not have to sell him right now. Mikolic is saying the same thing he does every single month. And then I complain, and then I dismiss him, and then he says, yeah. Jesus Christ, this man. Yeah, exactly. Genuinely. Like, do they not realise that our strike force, for crying out loud, is Norberto Araujo and Stefan Valev with Manea in behind them, and they're like, yeah, he needs to strengthen the attack. Mad. I do wonder if it just triggers that because it's like we need to put something in here so that to show that he's not entirely satisfied with joining you or something. Okay, right. Any newbies? So they're already happening. Cork City. Okay, this is what I mean. I would never have noticed some of these before if we weren't doing it like this. So Cork City could get Patrick with a Y. One of these days, it's Man United want Macaulay Corbett on loan. What? Why? Don't get me wrong, he's a fine defender. Man United want... I don't know. That's weird. I want to see if they actually put a bid in. VO5 styling wax. You'd love to see it. Welcome in, Carl. Okay, so there's one extra guy that can get a loan there. But I'm just going to keep an eye on that. Once we're out the window, I'll... Well, it won't matter at that point, will it? But when we're in it... There you go, just done. When we're in a window, we can just keep an eye on that now, and we'll be able to get so many more loans done. It's brilliant. Just in the course of today's stream, we've got 7 extra loan players out. It's brilliant. League rankings, it is 7th currently, but this year we have the chance to go 4th, provided we play our cards right, which we very rarely do. Hey, Otto. Strength of the goalkeeping position. Yep. It's mad. Players just demand some of the weirdest things that they just would never demand in real life. Why would a 16-year-old goalkeeper that's an average squad player get to demand stuff like that anyway? You should be lucky that we're after you, bud, you know? Who does he think he fucking is? Me? Jonas Beck. Okay, you're going to be out on loan soon too. I think he's a decent player. Just trying to stock up the likes of Derry and Galway want Hayes. Good. About time. Max is going. Maxi Galvin. He's off to Dundalk. We do. We need a VO. What would... Something like Valentin Orlov. I'm just thinking of names now. Ooh. Okay, this is a better batch. Get rid of all the E's. You're fully scouted, but look a bit crap. As usual. Oh, is that a really cheap Nigerian? It is. Well, he's actually not playing in Nigeria, which is even better. No, we haven't, Callum, no. We've lost 2 finals, though. Would be less points. It could, yeah. I'd almost rather go 5th or 6th than 4th. But can't really halt the progress, sadly. I think the others will catch up because we're not going to have so many sides in the knockouts this year. So I think that gap will come down. Kokic is at Liverpool, but £10 million is way too much. What about Alexander Jovic of Lecce? Ooh, he's got a decent jumping reach, maybe. Not too bad. Might send him around again. 18. Liverpool guy is just never going to be affordable for us. Uchenna Uche. It's got reasonable attributes, actually. For 18. Herman Stenberg. Not as good. Ishmael. Wow, great tackling and teamwork. Holy shit. Uchenna Uche is a great name. George Stan. We stand George. Okay. I mean Lindskog. Oh, he's not. For some reason I thought he was a goalkeeper there, but he's just a really oddly matted out defender. Okay. So some of your best players, yeah. I think the only way you can really prevent that is by maintaining a rich financial... If you've got rich next to your finances here, usually that stops them. But I think some boards can be even worse and will still go after. Hello, this guy, look at this. 18, centre mid, Colombian, would in theory talk to us, 750 grand. Please be good. Tackling, passing, first touch, that's not great. Good vision, good stamina, 6'1". He's the... Yes, these are the kind of signings I like. I suspect he has a release clause, right? What we're about to find out about. Oh, no way. Yeah. Yes, please. That's even better. Quick look at them. Signings we've made today. I mean, to be fair, we've made a lot of signings. Actually, so far today, we've actually only spent £7 million. Technically. So there's Patrick Wojnicka from Schalke, which was most of the money, but he's already going to get a loan to Cork City, which would be pretty fucking sick. We got, most of them are just punt signings. Sigurd Melling, who's already gone out on loan to Bray Wanderers, so he was very cheap too. Most of them are just cheapies, which is what we're looking for. Shores van Wijnen, who I really like, he's in too. He was very cheap. We got... I hate how long it takes to transition between these menus. Aaron Dudas, who was completely unattached to anybody, so we just picked him up on a free. Like, he had never had a club in his career. Davor Motorov, because, again, solid-ish player. And we've just picked up Florian Oltiano as well, who's a midfielder. Again, value's not too bad on him. Obviously, a load of guys joined us at the start of January as well, but they all count. I don't know why they all count as part of this season, even though they're literally in January. The biggest of the bunch probably would be Hamza Saki. He's the most... He's probably my favourite signing for a while. Hopefully he'll actually develop into the player that I hope he can be. Given that he's only 16 years old and he's already 6'6" and is already worth 25 to 40 million pounds, he's decent. There's a limit to the bank balance. Really? I'd love to get £1 billion in the bank in this save. That'd be quite good. I don't know what happens. I don't think you're allowed to have more than 100 players actually at the club at any one time, Paolo. I think you either can't give them squad numbers or... something like that. Technically, it's actually going to be the highest ever, Basil, because it's got clauses in it which could see it rise even higher. So it might be 17 up front, but it can rise to 22, and I think it's actually 24 at the end. Lucas Cookie, thank you so much for the 3 months. How are you on this fine day? Ever have a son? In real life or in FM? In FM? Absolutely no chance. It's so unbelievably rare. It's just almost impossible. Should prevent this from getting sick. Hopefully. Oh, in real life, oh yeah. Well, I mean, it depends. You can't really, that's just genetics. I can have kids and not have any sons, How does the transfer window go? It's going okay. We've picked up a couple of bangers and lots of, like, squad players for other Irish sides that's working quite nicely. So I'll take that. Hey, Lazarus. How old is Richard now? Richard's in his 50s, I think, right? SecondYellowCard, maybe. Maybe. I think Richard is 50 years old. So 50 and a half, chat. Your forever keeper. Oh, God, it's better be good. Oh, he is. Rock Golub. God, look at that aerial reach. Yeah, why can't I find keepers like this? This is poggy. You live in Wisconsin. That's sick. Welcome in. Okay, we'll do that. 3 older sisters, no younger siblings. I suspect his parents really wanted a son. Right, okay, so we're already being on you. You will... Wow, hang on. Why are you so cheap? Oh. Wow, that's such a weird breakdown of attributes. He's good at very specific things. Really, really specific things. Must be good. He's sadly not Mr. Progger. He's really not. He's fine. We'll get more information on him, obviously. What nationality? Richard Nangombe is Namibian. Because he was a player from our African adventure save that we had in Namibia called the Snow Leopard. Serrano. Cheap. At that price, probably worth the punt, right? I've never had a Sun FM, no. It's the odds are insane. Get you for that. Nice. Prepare for a whole barrage of this stage of my careers, but, Oh, we could get both of them. Lovely. We're from Europe to Wisconsin. What took you from Europe to Wisconsin? That's a curious one. Okay, so we're gonna... Wow, he only wants youngster as well. That's surprising. Oh, shit. And because he's 18, we can slap it. We get to hit him with the big boat. None of this tugboat shit. We're going with a fucking cruise liner in this bad boy. Since that's so cheap, might as well just hit you with these, right? Yep. 8-year deal. Lovely. Serrano. Purpled, perhaps? No. Oh, my lord. What the hell? No. 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 Are you serious, bruv? What? Well, look to... Mate, come on. I don't understand this obsession with trying to strengthen our attack when it's absolutely outrageous. It's probably the best part of our team is our attack. What is their obsession? Is it because there's not enough numbers there? Right, okay. Let's just try this again. We do the big pay rise thing. See if that'll piss it, like, sort him out a little bit. Right, try that one. Still wants the big pay rise, of course. He just wants me to add all the other things. What the hell? Yeah, not doing that, mate. Weird that players would demand that. Actually, I'm going to hand this over to my Doff and see what he does. Can I have Chuckles the Clown back, please? Or even Giga Chad at this point. It's just like, yeah, he wants 9 grand. I'll offer you 2. GG. Well done, Doff. Great work. HMS SYC. Yes. Big Dog Chuckles. You do a phenomenal job. Wait, work permit? Oh, shit. Wait. Yeah, we were paying him enough to get a work permit, weren't we? I forgot about that. Such was how rarely we ever fall into work permit troubles. Right. Quick little look. They're already wanted. You're already wanted. Those loans are already happening. I just want Man United to put a bid in on him. I dare them. Cool. Wingers. I don't think they do. But it'd also be weird, though, if he wanted us to strengthen our attack and to get more wingers, considering we don't use a tactic that has wingers. But I find that stuff is very strange. How you get a random 17-year-old player who's not even that good that wants to come in and demand that you change your entire team around for him. It's like, yeah, no. All right, so Lara's coming in. 230k for him. Beck's going. Lovely. There's so much admin here. It's beautiful. Isn't it squad status of the attackers? It technically... Wow, okay. He's still okay. It is, but it also isn't. So we found out that you can sign a guy and have them count if you give them star player. But sometimes it just doesn't work. I actually tried it later when we had another deal that I needed to go through. But yeah, it was... just didn't happen. Robert Sis, yeah. The problem with Robert Sis is he just missed too often. Yeah, I think Beck's going to be decent. And getting him out on loan is always good. So we'll get Lara out on loan as well. And obviously we have to offer him out. In fact, did I actually offer out Mateus? Mateus? I'm trying to think if I actually offered out Morton against Pedersen. I don't think I did I? He is listed for low, which helps, but just to be sure, we'll offer him out just in case. Okay, see if anyone's interested in these guys. Mate again. Give me the money I want, and then you can have him. Yeah, this is the thing, that Maris, it doesn't always require it, and that's what's so bizarre. I've had several players literally on stream today who are non-EU be able to move on loans where they're not paying any wages, but others, I've had them turn down their thing, so it's so bizarre. Doffs do some very weird stuff. I just don't think the game knows how to handle you having your Doff actually do anything. It almost feels like it's like a ceremonial role. Hang on, did you just see that, chat? I think Dundalk are trying to buy back Hansen from... Okay, so that's happening, apparently. Oh, sorry, yeah. It's because you both have the same... Why did I call you Maris? I don't know why I called you Maris, honestly. I did, Maris. How you doing? I thought I'd just pull you out of the woodwork. Sorry, Basil. Yeah. Dundalk are buying Anders Hansen from Mulder, who we sold to them. So it turns out he was good all along. Actually, he's very good, to be fair. He's developed into a really good player. We actually have several training grounds. We bought like 100 acres. Get to interfere more. I don't know. No, I wouldn't want them to interfere more, but I would like it that if I told them to do stuff, they actually did things a bit more. But they feel like they're kind of a forgotten part of the game, that they don't expect you to actually allocate any responsibility to them. And so when you do try to do that, like I did in that video, they just go a bit mental with it. Rodriguez looks like might be quite a good deal, actually. B-. Oh, yes. Okay, that's more like it. That's better. That's a far better transfer for us. Obviously, can't do anything with him on that yet, but that's much more like it. We've had a few duds lately, but that's much better. So we're getting... Yeah, Woźnica is going out on loan... Sorry, Woźnica is going out on loan to Cork City. Nice. I think that's a really good signing for Cork City, considering its value. Dundalk transfers. I'd like to think with the money they've got, they've probably been spending quite big, right? £4 million. Obviously, they've got some extra loans from us, because the one thing they need is more loans. Jason Hallard, who they signed from Waterford, who's a really decent... Not a bad keeper, honestly. Oh, they absolutely do. Like, some of the strangest thing was when I did that video about the Doffs, I assume most of you have seen it, the fact that the Giga Chad, the Doff with all the best attributes, was just going after random youth players that weren't any good most of the time. It was bizarre. But the clown didn't do it because he was so bad, he wasn't even trying to focus on that. You got a new dress. Oh, that's lovely. What kind of dress? John Duffy from Bournemouth. Wow. Dundalk are signing players from Bournemouth. Another Irish lad as well. That's pretty sick. 400k. And then £3 million they've spent on this guy, Dennis Kelly from Rangers. That is a lot of money. I mean, he's worth more than that now that he's here, but that seems like a lot of cash. He's an Irish international. Dundalk just signed an Irish international. That's the level they're at. With breast attributes. Damn right. I want 2020 titties, chat. Certain club Doffs should be in charge of transfers for like real life. I think that would be an annoying feature and it would make people just not bother managing those clubs. They really do like signing the Irish. It's good. They're building a nation. Oh yeah, I don't actually ask my Doff to do that, but I did a video where I literally I put the worst Doff up against the best Doff possible and just wanted to see what the differences were like. Look at this chat. Look at us, about to play a game. Things you love to see. That'll do, I guess. Oh, we get to play a football match on stream. We are going to do the first leg today as well. We'll get to it. Matt starts talking about breasts. Hey. Correct. It's a true fact. Pogga's been looking extra nice lately, I must say. She's been looking extremely lovely. It's where you live. Nice. Dundalk have been doing very well in this save. They are playing Liverpool in the Champions League knockouts very soon. Well, not very soon. Kinda soon. So they've still got quite... I love that they've made Novakovic into a central midfielder. Would never have expected that to happen. But they've done it. Which is kind of impressive. I know. Look at us playing a match on an FM stream. I'm just so... I know I say this every time. I'm just so thankful that we don't have the graphics card issues anymore. I am cute. Yeah, damn right. So are you. And that's my point. Chuckles can't eat my shark. True. Oh, my days. Lads, you're going to have to do better than that if you're going to play Liverpool in the Champions League knockouts in a minute. We missed the first leg. Now, we always do the first leg in a transfer stream. It's just the way it seems to work. Where's my khaki shirt? It's in the wardrobe. Is that with the flooded pitch as standard? No, that's Droider. Droider are the ones with the flooded pitch. Unpaused during the first stream? No, I would never do such a thing. Although I am still thinking about streaming some F1 Manager when that game comes out at some point. Because that does look kind of fun. I'm hoping it will actually be fun. How high you're pressing? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Dundalk's entire squad, most of them are on loan from us. Oh, dear. That's a good effort, isn't it? Great effort. Top work. I just don't see a way that Thighs Freeze is going to be able to better his tally from last season. 76 goal contributions last season he received. They're down to 10 men already. Actually, own a yellow cardigan. I've never owned a cardigan in my life, Otto. I own some jumpers. I own some sort of granddad jumpers, which I generally bring out around about Christmas. Streaming Peglin with Pog. Oh, bit of Poglin. Now you're talking. Horror stream. Nah, it's not my thing. I feel like there's a decent enough crossover between FM and F1 Manager that it would still get viewership. So that's why I would do it. Plus, I'm interested in it, right? Oh, nice header from Stefan Valev. Things you'd love to see. F7 Cressy, by the way. Thank you very much for the follow, by the way. Hope you're well. Do you win a Ballon d'Or? Yes, he did. So he's won 2 Ballon d'Ors now in 3 years. Weirdly, his last 3 seasons have been the best of his career. But the first Ballon d'Or he got was definitely the worst of those 3 seasons. Christmas and thumbnails. That's because I have only a certain number of thumbnails cutouts like that. You might notice I see there's a lot of reusable ones in my thumbnail. I'm going to take a new thumbnail picture, though, for the scouting video. So expect to see that popping up in some Nomads videos, too. Second yellow car. Second yellow flag, surely. I'd do it. I'd try it. You know, I'd try streaming it. There's very few games that I would consider streaming. Literally, as I've never streamed anything other than FM on this channel. Good effort. But I would certainly give it a crack. Double yellow line. That's what Ben's fiancée Ellie used to call me back in the day. Whenever Ben and I, this is like years ago. Ben and I, this was when we were talking on Skype, and Ellie would come in and be like, "Is that double yellow lines?" It took her years. Manages Newcastle. Mike Ashley is still in charge. Better than like, oh yeah, no, I would go on it early. I would literally do it like day 1 probably, and just see what it's like. Because I'm gonna play it myself, even if nice header. Rocket League, we never see losing the knockouts. Well, Vikings not at work today, so so there is that. Trust me, it would be the world's okayest Rocket League gameplay because I'm exactly mid. You know, I'm exactly average. Any retro games? Not really. Depends on what you call retro, I suppose, but probably not. I don't play a lot of games, honestly. Exactly. I could do the particularly scary bear facts with a sinister voice. This is the world's okayest gameplay. True. League ranking. So league ranking 7th now. It's going to go 4th this year, hopefully. And to give you an idea, Dundalk, who are playing in this game, are in the Champions League knockouts this season. They're playing Liverpool. So it's grown quite a lot. Shamrock Rovers have won the Conference League as well. 222 games unbeaten. That's mad. We've not even got close to that. We did 2 seasons back-to-back unbeaten at one point, but we've managed to lose every single year since then. The more they show the gameplay, it's looking more developed than... Yeah, I was worried that it was going to just be... I was worried about the feature set. And bear in mind, if I do this F1 Manager stream, I will be managing Haas. Because... Günther Steiner. As simple as that. It's because of that alone. Oh. Imagine, oh, fuck. Is that fuck smash? Think of all the memes, chat. It's easy. Plus, I just genuinely quite like Haas. I like Günther. Oh, there we go. He's off the... Günther Karner. Karner? Fucking hell. Fuck door smash. What did you guys think of the race on Sunday? I was just sat there. Because I was watching this by myself. Em was at work. I was just sat here watching it. I was after a while, I sometimes just lose a bit of interest. I'm just on my phone, and then I just see, I think it was Crofty. It was just like, there's a Ferrari off. I was like, oh no, not again. Ferrari are very Ferrari. They just, oh. The race itself wasn't particularly interesting in general, really. I would have thought if the Leclerc thing hadn't happened, I don't think what else really was that interesting in the race, other than Russell complaining on the radio about Sergio Perez. And Charles Leclerc sounded like he'd been shot in the car. Yeah, Ferrari just did a Ferrari, didn't they? Easy mode for the strategist could be better than Ferrari. True. I can't wait to have reliability issues in my Haas team because of the power unit. It is interesting though that Leclerc came out and said it was entirely his fault, even though all the stuff on the radio was implying that it was to do with the throttle thing again that he had before. I wonder if that's something that he just said so it didn't make the team look as incompetent, and whether that actually was his fault, or whether it was the throttle issue again, and they were just trying to like save face on it. Let's go with that. That's what I was thinking. Because they made such a big deal about it, and the radio communications implied that it was the throttle issue, and everyone seemed to think that, and then he's like, no, I made a mistake. I'm like, did you know? Red Bull do look very solid. They seem to have got their reliability under control as well. And Mercedes, they may not be the quickest, but boy, are they reliable. They don't seem to have any mechanical issues to the same extent the others are at the moment. And then, exactly. And then they're trying to pit Carlos when he's in the middle of a fight. Box, box, box while he's like too wide. It might have been that, Hazy, yeah. Couldn't get on throttle to the lack of rear grip. Ah, okay. They would, but then also, to come back to our earlier quote, Ferrari's going to Ferrari. It does kind of suck that it doesn't really look like we're going to get any kind of real championship fight this season. Because Verstappen, if he's just like even vaguely consistent from here on out, he'll walk away with it, won't he, really? If I think at this rate, Ferrari got to worry about Mercedes catching them. I'd like at least one surprise winner or something for the rest of the year. Just want to finish my move. I don't blame him. Is that another red card? It is another red card for Dundalk. I don't know what they're doing. They just literally went, hey, you could have had a podium, but instead, wouldn't it be cool if you came 5th? 3 to 4, 1, 2 to get straight back in. Yeah, and I just don't see that happening. It's mad. 3 to 4 seasons in. I suppose. It doesn't always... I mean, how would I know, really? I've literally only watched F1 properly for the last, like, 2 seasons. So, like, yeah, 2 seasons. I'd love it if Lando got a win. I really would. But watch it be, like, a random McLaren win, but it's Ricciardo again. No, he really hasn't. He's just on it now. Most successful driver ever. I mean, just think of how much he has to win and how many titles he has to win and races he has to win just to catch that. Obviously, he's still very young and there's plenty of time for that, but it just shows you how good drivers like Hamilton have been over the years and Michael Schumacher. It's such a hugely high bar. It could drop off. Provided he can stay in a competitive car for his entire career, then, yeah. Most famous person I've ever met? Probably Pog, right? She's well known on the internet. Let me tell you about the time I bumped into Brad Friedel. Yeah, yeah. Meanwhile, in NASCAR over the weekend, Chase Elliott won the race despite never leading a lap. So that was good. Man came 3rd. But number 1 and number 2 were both disqualified, and that was the first disqualification of a race winner in NASCAR for 60 years. And I couldn't happen to a nicer bloke. I was over the moon when I saw that Denny Hamlin was disqualified. I was so happy. Oh dear. Yeah, it's Pog's OnlyFans. What can I say? I would love that, honestly, Chris. I think it'd be a cool fight. I just want to see some kind of fight for it, you know? Do you see more Chastain? Oh, I did. I mean, to be fair, like Chastain said in the interview afterwards, he had it coming. What they're disqualified for. So basically, they haven't actually said properly, but... So, there's more spec parts in NASCAR this year because they've changed to the new car to make it more like a road car. So it's better for road courses and stuff and just changed a lot of stuff about it. And it's better for dirty air as well, but that's not the point. The front fascia plates, apparently there was material underneath it that was blocking something that would have created something like it... It would have basically improved the aero of the car. And basically what NASCAR's R&D said is that there's no reason why that material should have been there. And as a result, they disqualified both Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch for under the paint wrap. Yeah, it's... But hey, if it ain't supposed to be there, it ain't supposed to be there. Like, you know? I'm surprised. It is weird that it was only the 18 and the 11 that got dinged for it and not Truex and Bell. So I wonder why they were... Oh, so coefficient points are awarded. So it will be divided. So a win in a match will get you 2 points, technically, but that's then divided on the coefficient chart by the number of teams you have in Europe. But careful when you're doing qualification rounds, because the dividing bit doesn't actually happen until the teams have all played their first games. Then you split with the trophy, you go home to police and say no. I do not like that man. And it might just be because I really like Ross Chastain, but also I just don't really like Denny Hamlin. I've not liked him ever since he dumped Chase Elliott at Bristol. I need a link to this. Just a classic 5-0 there against Dundalk. Okay. So that's fine. President's Cup win, standard. About sealing the trophy of the championship on eBay. I can just see Ross Chastain on the plane home just cacking himself with laughter when he hears. Oh, I do feel sorry for Kevin Harvick, though, because he was actually having a really good race, got caught up in their shite, there was nothing to do with him, and then... There we go. And then probably would have won the race, particularly with the disqualification. And wasn't that the first time that his daughter had been allowed back in victory lane since the pandemic or something? Yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. You get 2 points. Yeah, so you get 2 points for the win, and it gets divided by 4, so you get 0.5. And you get, like, bonus points for various other factors. Panel to the Irish side, it's not gonna... It wouldn't happen. He's just too good to want to move there, unfortunately. Yeah, I remember seeing this on TV. This is the guy sort of... He's angry, but not, like, so angry that he actually wants to commit violence. It's like faux anger, almost, you know? Selling... What? Hang on, who's selling what for who now? Like, I will sell him if the right bid comes in, but I can't sell him to another Irish side because they won't... Simply, they just won't put a bid in for him. Steen Zatans, no, I haven't. What's that about? Out of Ujaworth, I think about 88 million. I mean, yeah, he's okay. I mean, he could be a lot worse as far as pay drivers go, but yeah. Not that that car has had stupid amounts of pace, let's be honest. Right, yeah, we'll get... Darlon Nava is a cool name. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. It's a bigger chunk here, actually. Oh, this is that guy from Ajax we were looking at earlier. Anyone else in here? Ooh. Centre-back, Argentina. Show me your wares. Great tackling. Good height. Okay, he might be worth a look at. Cercinio Loma as well. Ooh, okay, these guys are a bit more interested. Russell, I thought it was just a bit strange when it was like, it was such a late dive, and then to claim that, oh, he should have left you space. I don't know about that, buddy. And also, when he did make that dive, he washed out so far that, like, it's just, yeah. I think he was absolutely... Like, the point where his engineers is just like, come on, George, this is getting a bit silly now. You know it's bad when Toto gets on the radio, like, to him. I mean, like, come on, George, calm down. Sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger when I do it, but you get my point. Sebastian Fort. What a cool name. Hang on, who the hell are Ferro Carril Uster? I've never heard of them. Wow. They've actually produced quite a good player here. He's fully turned into me. You mean he's taken the corner? No, he was nowhere near him. He got sort of down the inside, sort of, in the sense that Perez is turning into the corner and George is like, I'm going to go here now. Dennis Aiden, we'll get rid of you. Send these guys around again because why not? This was 500 at the start of stream. How have we got it down? 300 just in that. What's this? Yeah, it's Pog's OnlyFans. What can I say? No comment. My OnlyFan is right there. He's called Mr. Swizzles the Windy Boy. Oh, I love a bit of a feud is good. You want that kind of content in it. They really reached the top division. Okay, so Alaku's unhappy there. This might be a case of... There we go. Nobby's always good about stuff like this. How long has his contract got left? Yeah, so he'll get a contract at the end of this season. Yeah, when he caught him napping, that was mad. Just like, I'm in. Just out of nowhere. So we'll rotate against Cabinteely. Get ready for buy-in. Oh. God, look at us, about to play a game. Imagine. As I live and breathe. Hanson's gone to Dundalk. 30. The fact that Dundalk are paying guys £13,000 away. I wonder what their highest paid player is now. Wow. I also just realised how few players Dundalk have because look at most of their squad. So they're actually not paying that much in the grand scheme of things because they've got Hansen on 13 grand. Dennis Kelly, of course, the guy they signed from Rangers as well, on around about 13 grand. No wonder they can sign these guys for this kind of money. Wait, why are they listing these guys? They're listing half their squad. Yeah, Wonder Kid, Biner just... Are they still after Christensen? They probably are still after Christensen.
I'm the Pope.
That isn't happening.
Cooper,
I'll get him a new deal. He's got long enough on it. Saltegg, thank you for the follow. It's good to see they're actually making good transfers, though. I assume the reason they've got him is because they know about him because when he was with us. Just prepping for more loans. Oh, shit. No. He'll be back, but I would rather not have him spreading the lurgy around the club in the meantime. So that's the domestic transfer window shut. So we want to try and get a few more loanees out if we can do in the meantime. Why don't you send players home when they're sick? I was trying to. But the game auto-continued before I could click the button. So yeah. This one earlier as well. Okay, but again, it would have been because of an auto-continue or whatever. It's not like a deliberate thing I'm trying to do. I'm not actually trying to make the squad sick, believe it or not. They just need hugs, exactly. Big kisses on the mouth. That'll fix them. Raynor Dujardin. What a great name. It's very French sounding. On account of him being French. Bohuslav Doshek. He's, yeah, we should send him all out to buy him for a little bit. He's kind of interesting, actually. Quite expensive, and you're very expensive. Abdurrahman Koka. Oh, yeah, he's way worse than the other guy we signed from Turkey. I might with these guys just send them around again at this point. Focus on the buy-in. Focus on the buy-in. Nobody wants that. Paul can barely stomach me. Wait, what happened to Andy? Did Andy go downhill? Oh, no. Bjorkland. Oh, hello. Pulled back muscle. Okay. Some quality there as well, actually. Most of you are not very good, but that's fine. Moisey Vlad Paul. There you go. He's finally genned. He's one of the... He's a particularly famous face in the game. I see this guy in every set. Hello, Moisey. Fucking hell. And he's always quite good. Just always. It would be cool if you could auto-respond to injuries. True, yeah. He's quite alright. Attribute-wise, anyway. Considering the age. He's 18, I suppose. I think he might be an alright signing. I'm just in the mood to sign more punty players. Oh, 800 grand. Okay. Ah, fuck it. Why not? We've got the money. Anyone else here that looks vaguely decent? Maybe not. Garin. Good aerial reach. Good reflexes. Well, wouldn't you know it? An actual goalkeeper. And then Olafur and Magnussen. Okay. Not a bad centre midfielder either, actually. And then Yves Gaffner. Gaffner. What a cool name. Swiss. Okay, not bad either. What about top man here? I already looked at him, didn't I? Just get more information on these guys. See if Vlad Paul's interested. In the meantime, did that. Oh, Jimmy Wong. Didn't see that. My apologies. Oh, it's literally right there. That's why. We've got Jimmy Jones, Jimmy Ring, Jimmy King, Timmy King, Sammy Woods, Sammy Young, Jimmy Wolf, and Tommy Wind, but sadly not. Oh, sorry, hang on. I'll explain that. So when you're putting a transfer bid on a player, if you add a clause, add one of the percentage of next sale fee clauses, and then remove it from negotiation, it then stops them from adding it in and locking it. Because what will often happen if you try to put a bid in for a player, the club will demand 40% of next sale fee or something. So if you put the clause in, then remove it and exclude from negotiations, it prevents them from doing it. Stops them from like locking it in for you. That's the reason I always do that. Even if they weren't going to do it, which often they do, particularly youth players, they'll do it on. Cavalcanti must have... Actually, I think he did generate, didn't he? There he is. He's at... He's 28 now. We did try to sign him at one point. I remember. But... Also, Jimmy Wong. Jimmy Wong is the face in the game because he's a dev. And I know this because he was the guy that helped me fix it when my entire FM broke. I didn't know he was a face in the game. That's awesome. Ah, speaking of this, it's Paul. Okay, he wants that. I might leave that in again. I want to try having more of those on there. I don't know if Jimmy still works there. I assume he does. Big up Jimmy. I still owe that man a crate of beer or something. He saved my ass. Man took time out of his day to help me fix my silly issue with FM. What a guy. There we go. So he's a face in the game. So they're basically real people or competition winners, which are also real people, that are programmed to show up in every single save. So Jan Cavalcanti, Moise Vlad Paul, David Oliver, I think probably is one of them. Loads of them. Tim Breach. There's so many of them. You'll see them in your saves. Also, if you want to find out who they are, type that in like that. And then you'll see them all. So there's 389 of them in this save currently. It was a lot more before. A lot more. Wait, what happened? Worst youth intake ever? Oh my days. Watch it turn out to be a really good youth intake now because this is FM. Yep, Jack Harris with Tom Howcroft, true. Yep. As a party, obviously, Millie. Alaku is one. So many of them. Ooh. You know what? His attributes make that worthwhile for me. And speaking of attributes... Well, not really, but... vaguely relating to attributes in that they are involved in the game, we haven't checked in on our little list of people for a while. See if there's any newbies. So I guess we're getting close to the end of the window. You'd think there'd be more interest now, but actually... Oh, Carlson! Oh, fuck me, it's Hibbs. Go away, Hibbs. Don't care. So if you go face in the game, like that, in the top bar, hit enter, all one word, that will show you a list of all the faces in the game, basically. Paladin Mate. Oh, hello. Hi, Celta Vigo. I know it has a wage contribution. He'll complain if I don't accept that, because it's over the amount that I... Or is it because it's not up front? I swear. Shouldn't it... If he would be upset, it would say there, wouldn't it? It would say, Paladin Mate is expecting you to accept the bid from Celta Vigo because it meets the price, blah, 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 blah. It's weird that it's not saying that, but I think we will have to accept that one. It's a shame that we can't negotiate them, sadly. But let's get rid of these as well. There we go. You could have been one, Dazza. I wouldn't mind being one. Wait. Oh, yeah, that's fine. We were only doing that to provoke the transfers, weren't we? But now that that's happened, I wonder if this changes anything. See? We loan him out. No clubs are interested. But the act of loaning him out then causes clubs to be interested. Rob Mack, thank you for the 16 months. How's it going, Rob? So let's grab a couple more of these Gamps Pedersen. Oh, yes. Here we go. Here we go. Don't know why they need him. They've got Manuel Olsen, but if Morton gets out, you know what I mean? Gets going, that'd be perfect. If we could chap out a couple more of these guys. What are we up to now? We've done 10 players on loan in just this one stream. That's how well this thing works. Waterford want Paul. That's going to be 2. That's going to be 3. So that'll be 2 more guys. That'll take us up to 61. All is good in Ireland. We're figuring out a few extra bits, incredibly. Even after all this time. Pick that. No, we don't want that. We want to full rotation. So those 2. Alaku, I guess, is now in full rotation mode. But Boggy in there. Corbett, Carlson, Palanic, Mate. Wow, it's weird that that's the back line. There's a load of backups. Right, that should give everyone else a rest. Also gives a chance for Mikulic to play. Oh, you're a tester. Sick. That sucks, though, Daz. Oh, otherwise I could sign you. And then sell you to Brentford for £1 billion and bankrupt them. Okay. Was that a lot of players that weren't fully fresh there? I suppose it's because of the match fitness thing. Hopefully the players are ready for Bayern. Although I think we need a little bit more than hope to get us through that. There we go. Boom. I reckon Cabantili might set a record for the worst team ever in the top flight this season. They are not ready. I can't believe they got promoted and won the league somehow. I think they could concede like 150 goals this season. Called Bogovic, yeah? I'm not sure if that would even be possible, Richard. But it would be hilarious. I think the closest we've come was with Sligo, when they only had 5 senior players. Not that Dundalk have got a lot of senior players themselves, as it goes. Which is weird, considering I feel like they're constantly signing people. Oh dear, he looked like he was about to palm that into his own net. Oh yeah, way more important stuff than being a regen in the game, right? It's kind of nuts that this club literally doesn't even exist, technically, anymore. Which is a shame. Oh, Bilby is in. How slow is he? It doesn't matter because he's scored. Big old Danny Bibbs. He is the perfect replacement for Valev when Valev's not around. We actually have the perfect strike force set up at the moment. 2 beautiful starting players, and then a guy for each of the roles that is perfect for their replacement when we need to put them in instead, who just score goals when they're in the team. This is the most balanced that our strike force has been in this entire save with these two. I'd love to see what a team did if I actually did that. Record all their loans on the final day of the transfer window where they had no players. Because Sligo actually spent like £4 million rebuilding their squad after they stupidly cancelled all their loans. Why are we aiming that for Christensen? We're still coming in though. Ramos, score on. Go on, Petter. You score in every game. Oh, big save. Eventually, he will get consistent game time for us, but it's going to be a while. Honestly, I think he'll just be happy being our backup striker. He does a great job of it. I reckon he'll still bang 20, 25 goals this season. It's nice to see Ramos getting some games in the midfield, though. Because he, for me, is the future of that. He's going to be one of the stars in this team in a couple of years. And he's already won us a penalty. Things you love to see. Called Bobo shot once with another called Bill. Oh, yeah, there's so many great Brazilian regen. Like Taxi, Dude. I had a Brazilian regen called China once. No. A Brazilian regen called Africa, I think. Canada Born's their own net. That's always a fun one. It's less fun when you do it. Region ever broken your heart? Juliet. Surely. Lane. Yeah, Lane. Literally, we've got a Brazilian guy in this save called Lane. Did he bless the range? Do you know he didn't actually? What he did was leave to PSG for fuck all money. Have I ever read this article? Probably not, but I'm gonna. Well, not on live. I bet all ours are better anyway. Matt's grand. Jerk around. These aren't even that good. Elton John's pretty solid. Wonderboy Matupa. Frank Underwood. Innocent Bachelor. Jimi Hendrix. Gary. I mean, they're fine. Carl Kennedy. Rate that because neighbours. Magnific Shite Roar is good. They're not... I think we've had better ones. Fat on Cake would get on this list. Easy. Boner is a solid one. Yeah, most of them are just... They're not great. We've had better. Dick Bacon is funnier than that for me. Fat on Cake is well up there. I've got China, Africa, and America, Brazilian regions. Yep, there you go. Matt's Gram was pretty solid. Rashawn Bacon, that's good. Yeah, exactly. Shite Roar is only a funny one if he's taking over at Waterworks, which he did in that other save, and it was one of the best things I've ever seen. Go on. There we... Oh, dear. Petter, come on, bud. You let me down in front of chat. I promise you do good things today, and you're not. Dick Bacon MP. Sometimes I still see that clip, the Dick Bacon clip. The laugh is like... I don't know, it's like an asthmatic dinosaur. How fast is Christensen? I think he's got 16 pace. Something like that. Jovetic... Ooh. Oh. Yeah, this is why they're getting relegated extremely hard. That right there. Yeah, 17 acceleration, 16 pace. So he's a quick boy. And he'll probably get quicker too. Did Torres score for, was that Derry City? I forget where he went on loan now. St. Pat's. Sick. Dr. Howe? I don't expect him to the top. That's a good thing, honestly, Callum. The lower their expectations, the better, just in case the ridiculousness will happen. Yeah, Shite Roar was in the African Journeyman save. We had there was a guy. We got an inbox item basically telling us that a manager called Shite Roar had taken over at a team called Waterworks. It was just unbelievably perfect. I think I made a TikTok about it. Christensen's in again. Look at this. Oh, the speed wasn't really evident on that particular one. Tucker Boner. That's a good name. I'm trying to think. I swear there was a streamer called Jericho whose name was Tucker or something. I don't know. Oh, go on. Right, back to the right foot this time. There we... Oh, my lord. Jesus Christ. Is that him? How the fuck did I know that? I used to watch some streamers like him back in the day. It was him, was it Gold Glove? And there was a girl streamer whose name was... I think her name was Ali something. But that was sort of my first exposure to Twitch was that group of streamers. Mostly because of Gold Glove. Oh yeah, it's really strange that would happen, but you often see that happen. Wish we had a 30-minute review of the whole Africa save. I know. I wish... I mean, the VODs are still technically online, but the amount of work that would be to go through and actually try and produce something like that. Yeah, we actually had a goalkeeper in this save called Liam Hughes Creamer, which was phenomenal. Oh, Christensen's in again, and he's missed again. Oh my god, are you Rafael Valencia? Get that random to search Scotch egg. Oh yeah, that's come up on my FYP a few times. Speaking of random shit on an FYP, right? There I was, set the scene for you. Sunday morning, laying in bed, Pog's gone to work. I'm watching TikTok after I've watched the latest Summoning Salt video. It's a ritual. Summoning Salt video in bed on a Sunday morning is good news. I was watching through TikTok, and I found this TikToker, and I was like, I sat there thinking to myself, I can't believe someone actually makes TikToks in this. And then I remembered to myself, I can't believe how excited I am about the fact that finding someone who makes TikToks on this. And I'll tell you what that guy was making TikToks in. License plates. He was making TikToks about license plates. And I saw it and thought to myself, this is amazing. I am in love with this content. And then I thought, I am the saddest individual on earth. It's amazing. I love shit like that. And it's really good too, if you like license plates. Oh dear. 12-hour streamer said no. No, I saw the notification about what he was doing, because obviously I have notifications turned on, but I was just like, that seems like a bad idea. These weren't even funny plates. It was like the history of license plates, why certain countries have this, that, the other. I was just like, that shit is interesting to me. It's the same reason I like flags, honestly. It's the same type of content for me. I was just like, this guy's got a lot of followers too, and I was just like really happy to see that. I like the fact that someone can make content on something like that and have people actually enjoy it, and I enjoyed it a lot. I find license plates interesting. I'm that kind of guy that will be on the motorway and I'll see a sort of, usually it's a lorry with a slightly obscure plate on it, and I'll be like, Pog, look, that lorry's from insert random nation here. And she's like, okay, Matt, very cool. I'm that guy. They have indeed, Paolo, which is why I found out about this guy, because the TikTok I saw was him explaining that very thing. Yeah, crack on, Callum. About grass cutting. I see a lot more power washing ones than I do grass cutting, but I'm not opposed to it. That's my favorite stuff. I love that sort of shit. I really like, as Icarus said, really in-depth stuff about obscure subjects like that, where someone clearly has a lot of knowledge. They're so interesting to listen to, because it's not even the topic itself, although I am interested in license plates. It's the passion and enthusiasm that the person has for the thing. That's what makes it interesting for me. Add up on license plates. Fair one. Really would have to... Yeah, unfortunately, with me being not logged into Instagram on this tab, it will be an absolute nightmare to look through, unfortunately, Callum. But yeah, but everyone else wants to check that out. Wilder Tom Scott, exactly. It is a bit Tom Scott, yeah. Should get into ADR and for hazardous materials being transported on the road. Oh, yes. So basically, right, I think I know where this came from. Back in the day, Michelin, I think it was Michelin, used to do like spotting books for like motorway journeys, right? I'm sure some of you that lived in the UK and grew up in the 90s or even the noughties, they probably still make them now, were familiar with these. They were little books, and they had all sorts of stuff in them, be it road signs, landmarks, etc., right? And things like road signs and stuff, I always found that sort of stuff fascinating as a kid, wanting to see the more obscure ones. You'd see something and be like, what does that mean, Dad? That sort of stuff has just kind of been with me ever since then. I think the license plates thing is kind of the same exact thing, you know? I'm weird like that, right? It's just, but that's it. Those Michelin spotting books were sick on long road trips as a kid. Still get them. I bet you can. It's awesome.
See these?
Attic, thank you so much for the follow. Was it the license plate chat? The AA books about road signs. There you go. I used to make my own maps. I would look at our like maps that we had, because obviously there was no sat-navs back then, and I would make my own with made-up towns and stuff on them. I'm a sad bastard, chat. Like, if you haven't already noticed. Oh dear. I think I've seen some of those lawn videos. Yeah. Is Christensen ever going to score today? Proof not needed. How dare you? I feel personally attacked, and I am. Oh, I don't know. I just kind of like obscurity in the mundane. Might be the best way to look at it. Like, here's a load of mundane things, but what about an obscure thing within that topic? That's stuff I find fascinating. Like, if I see a list of hazardous chemical signs, I want to know what the weirdest and more obscure hazardous chemical sign is, where it's used, and why. That shit fascinates me. That's just how my brain works. Which I suppose in the grand scheme of things is probably not very well, but that's fine. Makes them out the exact same, but with no Milton Keynes. Or no New Zealand. The Danger Diamond, exactly. So, oh, damn it. Train every day, pay attention to obscure mundane things for a living. There you go. Periodic table. Thank you. Exactly like that. Great example, Stewie. So I'd look at a periodic table as a kid and be like, what are these weird elements I've never heard of? How do we get them? Why are they here? Those exact questions. And I'd be Googling that shit, you know? Dorsey, thank you for the follow. So good. Yeah, no, this is exactly how I behave to. I'm like that on most things. If I find a new topic that I'm even slightly interested in, I want to know the most obscure shit about it. I'm trying to think of another example.
Bring on the
Right, okay. There's a half-eaten Milky Bar here, right? Just on the food and drink topic, right? I would be, say I'm talking about fizzy drinks. I want to know, like, the most obscure flavors of Coca-Cola that are only sold in, like, Pakistan in a very specific region. I'd want to know what that flavor is and why. That's my brain, basically. AJ and RK, thank you very much for the follow. And the Obsidianor. What a great name. Thank you for the follows, guys. Did you from Scotland feel personally? That sounds sick. You touched a chemical one. Ooh, cheeky. So you want to put a government watch list in it. Do you read the bottle of the bleach? No, not one. No one does that anymore, do they? Don't need to, mate. Got TikTok. Japanese Kit Kat, precisely. Now you're talking. Wrath of God. Jesus ahead. Oh, dear. Has Christensen actually scored a goal in this game yet? Or have I just missed every single goal? Because every time I look at him, he's missing. Only available Central Europe AFK. There you go. It's great news. So, of all the players that are on loan... Right, hang on. So, obviously our players... On loan from us, on loan from us, on loan from us, on loan from us. Used to be on loan from us, sorry. On loan, on loan, on loan. It's not a bad amount. He has scored once. Okay, good. I'm going to just, now that I've got this Milky Bar here, I'm going to have a little piece. A little cheeky bit of Milky Bar. Do like a Milky Bar. I really like white chocolate. And he scored one. Imagine. Hey, no problem. I actually really like Cherry Coke. Yeah, we have Cherry Coke. I wish it came in caffeine free because I can't drink it anymore, which is a shame. But they don't do it in a caffeine free variety in the UK, as far as I'm aware anyway. So I can't drink it. Who are you? What have you done with Peter Christensen? Indeed, he scored a goal and everything. Okay, so 7-0 against Cabinteely. We expected that. I think we probably could have had a few more if Peter Christensen had his scoring boots on. I have Sudoku bus. That's not sad. This is the thing. That shit ain't fucking sad. Doing what you want that makes you, as long as you're not hurting anyone, obviously, having interesting hobbies and things that are a bit quirky, give a shit. That's great. I love that when people have a passion about something, even if that's something so really obscure that you might think you only care, you're the only person that cares about it. You're not. And I think that's awesome. I think that's what makes people interesting, honestly. I've never understood this idea of like people being like, well, that's a weird hobby, and then just presuming to like ridicule people for it. It's just like weird hobbies are the best hobbies. Having a hobby is a cool thing. Fuck that, you know? Enjoy being you and enjoy enjoying things. Now, if I'll just climb down off my soapbox for a second. So Bilby did quite well in that game, actually. I mean, I say that he only scored once, so I shouldn't really be... Oh, right, interesting. Any updates here? So that's happening. That's happening. That's still not happening. Is Swanetsky not on the loan list? Oh, he's there. So that's weird. He wasn't wanted by those clubs, but they still put loan bids in for him. Intriguing. Pure forms of chemical elements. Many spreadsheets comes with, will it kill me? That's another thing, right? Learn about new plants. Oh, I want to know which plants are really dangerous and why. Like the that fucking hogweed shit. Giant hogweed you get in the UK. That shit's a menace. Personally, I don't understand Sudoku, but I'd love to have someone... I would be interested in someone explaining it if we were talking about it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm interested in other people's interests, I guess. Like, if someone has an interest and they're really passionate about it, I love listening to people who are passionate about a thing. That's sick. That, to me, that's the best way to get to know someone, is them talking about what they're passionate about. I feel like you find more stuff out about people. Like, at the end of the day, I'm 32 years old and I play Football Manager for a living. Most people would consider that very strange. Which is why I just, when people ask, I just say I'm a streamer. And at least they know what that means. The climb is going well, extra large. We're 7th, but moving on. We're 7th, going on 4th. I used to like a word search back in the day. That was always my spiel. My spiel, my thing. Well, that guy fell off hard. If anything, we've dodged a bullet with him. Treaty versus Dundalk, that'd be the dream. If we ever had an All-Irish Champions League final, my work here is done. I'll just send these guys around again for the moment. There's a guy called Balthazar, which is always a good sign. Do we have that? Yes. There's no freezing progress. I love that he's still a 5-star player. 66 million quid. Good Jesus. A flagman. How did you know, Attic? I am a flagman. I once made chat, this was years ago. I once made chat sit there while I did a 258 question flag quiz. Those are the days when I could do that and call it content. Do it again. No need. I have proof. There's still a clip floating around somewhere. I got them all right. I'm something of a vexillologist myself. I read a book about flags, for crying out loud. The origins and history of flags. Brilliant. Really good book, actually. It's by Tim Marshall. I always recommend it. Word for word, beat for beat. You know what, Jinx? I'll say it again, damn it.
It's good. You
It's my crutch sentences. I see things and my brain goes, yes, we'll just use that sentence there. We have reference point for that. That is content. It's just, that's streamer brain right there. Matthew's OG follower. Thank you very much for the follow. Random scoreline. It could be anything, but the first number being the home team and the second number being the away team. Okay. So, I don't know. 4-3. Is this like a magic trick? Are you going to tell me that my card was the ace of diamonds? Because you're wrong. Is he going? Yes. Sick. Okay, that's 2 more done. Yeah, we've gone from 49 to 61 loans in the space of today's stream. Without even really trying that hard. That is really good news that we've now found a new method. Hey, Jessica. I'm terrific. How are you? Let's get all these Ds out of the way. I feel like I'm just offending them now, but I'm all right with that. Perfect. It's the guy from earlier, isn't it? It's Attila. Nice. Whoopsie doopsie. Buy him what's out. They're still after him. Oh, is this happening yet? Where's Monterrey? Mexico. Monterrey. Yeah, we're going to do the buying game first, though. And I'm going to have one last little look at this list just in case. Florin. My apologies if I butchered your name there, sir. Thank you very much for the follow. Please tell me it's a Sligo Rovers. Yes. Things you love to see. Petar Denev to Sligo now. This is this right here. This is the thing. We fixed it, chat. This is the play. We no longer need to... I think now when people come in and ask how we get these loan players out, this has to be the method. This is working so much better than it did before. You have so much NA? Not at all, Mr. Progger. Absolutely none. Other... wait, hang on, what?
A train coming anytime soon?
Oh,
I'll choose a random scoreline to predict the penalty. Oh, fair one.
Building it now.
Oh, that sucks, Owen. I'm sorry to hear that, man. The method. So basically what we've done is... Optima! Thank you very much for the follow. Obviously, we're using the dev center, which everyone already knows about, right? But what we're doing is we've got a squad view here, which just shows listed players that we've got listed for loan. Obviously, we just filtered. We can't filter it properly. We can sort it by this, so it sort of does it. We've got a player status here. So the problem is, from day to day, sometimes clubs will be interested in one of your players one day, but not the next day. And they don't always bid on them when they do that. The problem is, when you're going through this, it's such a pain in the arse to have to go through every single player and check if they're wanted and then loan them out. However, we've built this view that lets us see if players are interested. And every day, it's really easy, or every other day, it's really easy to just check it and see if there's any wanted symbols. The moment there's a wanted symbol, bam, offer them out, and we're getting all the loans done much, much quicker. It seems to work way better than what we were doing before. You just have to stay on top of it. There we go. Denev, out to Sligo. Lovely stuff. So basically, that's the deal, Caffeine, with that, and it seems to work. It's just an addition to all the other stuff. Wait, what? Weird. We've managed to loan out like 13 guys just in this one stream. Another one. Admittedly, that's a youth player one, but that's it. Where is that other deal from Palette Mate? This is legit good. I think we could get a lot of people out on loan like this. We just have to check every other day, see if any new players have got loan wanted on them, and just... Oh, you could do this so easily yourself, honestly. Literally just add loan status and player status to any other screen and you're good to go. Any players with Duck in their name? One for Kathy. Big up Kathy. Chat, can I get a hi Kathy? It's like a hi Helen, but different. Well, there's a lot of guys called... Okay, let's just go back for D. Let's see what we're doing with D. I bet there's a couple of Duckleys, right? Lots of Dankos. Dankos for days. Hang on, while we're here, actually. We've got James Dick. I don't know if Cappy's interested. Slap that one out of the park. Sammy Dick here. Christy Dick, obviously. We've got Chris Dickey. You see what I did there? Lee Dix. Neil Dix. Ali Dixon. Oh. Hang on. Apollinaire Dicko. Lovely name. Oh my god. There's a lot of Dixons. Some Dykes. Lucas Dick. Kai Dixon. Where's Ducks? Show me Ducks, damn it. Donk. Sorencio Donk. Love that. Right, where's the Ducks? B. How many players called... Sorry, what? There's 4 dudes, all Zimbabwean, called Tinash Doob. Also Talent Doob. That's good. Love that. Love Talent Doob. Dion Dublin, what's the word? Duchesne. Duca? Duckett? The closest we're going to get is Duckett. Or Duchesne. But there's Aaron Duckett, Harry Duckett, O'Shawn Duckett, and then George Duckrell. All the Doobs are Zimbabwean. Apparently so. Okay, right. Oh, it's Bayern Munich. Hey, imagine that. It's a game we care about. So, Ado Ujo, Valev Manea, Limburg Freeze, Sal, actually, Navio, Spack, Lukacic. Okay, cool. Get rid of these unavailables off the bench. It's weird that Randy Hobbs is registered now. I might put Neslo on the bench. Bibby's there. That's fine. That covers most of our bases. Although I would like Radojicic around. Did I do a silly and not register Radojicic? Or is he just tired? I don't think so, Rob. I think he's pretty much the only one, I'd say. Oh, it's a narrow boy for Bayern. Duque or Duque, yeah. It's Hyacinth for Duque. Okay, so with this one, I love that they've got Ender Chalon up front. Oh, wait, what? Oh, of course, he's still on loan there, isn't he? Not on loan, you know what I mean. El Gordo with the gifted sub to Ryu. Thank you very much, El Gordo. See, we'll go standard, and then if we find that we are dominating them enough, or we're not, we can just go wide area. But we should get enough domination with the wing backs anyway, but we'll see. Europe can be a toasty one like this. For Talent as a name now. Oh, there could be a lot of good players called Talent. Yeah, I don't think Bayern are that good, which means that now I've said that out loud, we are going to get twatted by them, or we're going to have another one of those 4-3s where we smash a team and they score 3 goals out of 3 shots. This is season 24, Jacob, or the very start of season 24. Patrick Wolfgang Gollmeyer is a great name. And a guy called Baron on the bench. That's his only name, just Baron. Right. Okay, Dundalk versus Liverpool. I don't think there is any other games there, is there? Oh, there is. Wait, no, it's Europa Conference League, isn't it? Yeah, so it's Dundalk versus Liverpool, Lokomotiv versus Sligo. Let's have it. Imagine if Dundalk could actually pull off a win at home. Or just do something. Like, just don't lose both. No, never mind. They're already losing. Great. And we have started really poorly. If at like half an hour we're not looking even vaguely involved in this match, I will switch to the wings. Right, okay. That's clearly the play then. They're so narrow. Oh my god! Dundalk 1, Liverpool 1. Vukatic has equalised. He's been amazing this season. As Valev? Navio? Are you kidding me? The defender has saved it. Oh, and we've scored anyway. Doesn't matter. Bayern 0, Treaty 1. Stefan Valev. Come on. I feel so much more confident this year with this team. We got to the final last year. We played some great football. Got through with a fair share of FMings along the way as well. But then really start to hit our stride late on in the tournament. And hopefully, this is a good start. Big Steph. Lovely news. That's a good start for us there. I mean, if we won the away leg, that would be very helpful. Considering we're usually better when we turn things around at home. There's a long way to go, though. I can still randomly see us losing this game. Just need to create some chances for Ado Ujo. We haven't seen much from him yet. Right, Lukacic should have this easily, yeah. Given that he's 6'10". Right, look at the runs in between. Yes. Yeah. Oh, so close. There's still a chance, though. Valev, right. Araujo. What a save from Yamagishi. Okay. Japanese keeper, apparently. I'm assuming. How are Dundalk doing this? They're 1-1 with Liverpool now. Oh, wait. Ooh, I was about to yell at them when they're a goal up. Don't do that, Matt. Lindy struggled a little bit. Might have to look for that in the second half. 1-0 Sligo Rovers. In spite of their inaptitudes, they have managed to... With a 30... Bear in mind, this guy up front here, this Phil Schiller guy is 35. This tactic I find is just really good at home in Europe. It feels like we've finally become an elite club in the Champions League. We just got... Oh, my God. So, about what I just said... Why do I say words? Good question. Oh, fucking elite defending there. Oh, dear. Who do we hate? Oh, God, that's funny. Much elite, very defending, indeed. I need to learn this. Oh, it's in the post now. Ah, dearie me. I don't know what to tell you, chap. Yeah, Bermanet's is annoying.
This one is constructed with American cherry wood. No, the wood does not taste like cherry. You cannot eat it.
I was not going to eat it, Carpenter Ron. I was going to lick it.
I love being able to have that stuff play and not have an issue anymore. It's such a nice feeling. I reckon we lose this 2-1. I reckon late Bayern goal from a corner. That's my prediction. Not that we've been brilliant in today's game. We've been fine, right? Should be able to win that. Yep, there we go. Nice. The bonk tag. I had to fill it in with something because of the preview page, and I was like, fuck it, we'll do that. Oh, hang on. Yes, Valev. Oh, yes. Yes. That is such a nice goal. It's such a... Yeah, the woodwork stat is broken. It doesn't work properly. It just doesn't track them all. Goal awarded. Come on. That right there was sexual football. This is the kind of football that this tactic plays sometimes that the others just don't. It's almost overdone here, but Valev has just put that on a plate. He's just shifted the keeper's balance enough for him to get that shot away. And that's 2-1. Oh, feels like... Right, I'm so glad that you've clipped that. That's going in the compilation. I really, as I said before, super thankful for all the more people doing lots of clips this year. It's been really, really cool to go back and look at some of the stuff. And also, we might end up with 2 compilation videos this year, honestly. There's so much stuff. Right, a third goal would be lovely. But I'm not going to say that we're elite. If anything, we're park bench football at the moment. Oh, go on, Moose. Go on, Bay. Oh, dear. Gets in the penalty box one time and thinks he's fucking Emmett Doran. Emmett would, of course, have missed that as well. We're definitely looking like a good side here. I mean, I know Bayern aren't spectacular these days, but we've come across against much worse sides in the past. Oh, I thought he was going to nick it then. Watch us lose 3-2. We'll find a way to lose this 3... Oh, my lord. I like it when you can see goals like this. It's good. It keeps you humble, right? I love the way that the 6'6" defender was just like, nah, I don't think I'll bother today. And no, he doesn't miss. This is why I wanted to sign him. Ah, dear. What's the stats like for this game? Ah, yes. Yes. 2 shots on target, 2 goals. Ah, dear. Oh, good. Oh, no, bounced straight back to him. It was a good tackle initially, but it did bounce straight back to the defender. Sorry, to the defender, to the player. It's going to top bins in a minute, I suspect. Or a penalty. That'd be the worst one. Well, I'm actually surprised that didn't go in as well, to be fair. Oh, words are powerful, apparently. Good tackle from Sal, but again, every tackle is coming straight back to Bayern now. It's not going well here. Oh, yes, no. Look at this shit. Every tackle, even when we think we've got it under control, it's just going straight back to him. Right, you should get that. What is going on in this game? What is going on in this game? If it wasn't for the defender there... Oh, my days. We are determined to throw this away. Yeah, I love how we just went straight through our guy. Right. Where's good to sub other than everyone?
Take off off the
They're still drawing incredibly. The Crimson Tide. Are you a Bama fan by any chance? That is Alabama, isn't it? Hang on. AKML SRMN. Oh, my apologies for not trying to say that out loud. Thank you for the follow. Right.
Before I give her a tonk in a tradesman's entrance and have a lick me yarble.
Limburg's really struggled today, so Mihai in. So have the wide men, actually, but there's really a lack of...
Do not hate me.
You know what? Screw it.
I am familiar with
What
over
else we got?
600 dance moves
Thought
and I
we'd be
am
so enriching.
programmed to get freaky.
Frontline. Now I'll save the other side. Can't risk it. Zar! Thank you for the follow. Imagine if Dundalk came up with a winner, though. Even them taking a draw against Liverpool is still good. 2-0 to Sligo. We're literally letting the side down here a little bit. A little bit. A lot. I mean, I guess if we did draw 2-2, it's not the end of the world. Because I feel like we should be able to beat them at home, considering how well we've played away from home. And I suspect they'll play a different system as well, which could enable us. I just don't want to lose this 3-2 to some late nonsense. Valev, ball in. Alaku! Oh, Mihai. Yes, sir. What a guy. Mihai Alaku, captain, leader, extraordinaire. I think that might be offside, honestly, now I think about it. Nope, given. Oh, captain comes off the bench. 31 years old, does the business. A lovely pass again from Valev. Taking that on the chest to get that angle sorted out for himself. That is lovely from Mihai. 3-2, deserved lead. We do deserve that. There's a reason why Alaku is such a cult hero at this club. Not even a cult hero, he's just a hero. Club captain now, leading by example. Right, cut that out. Yes, nice. There we go. I'm going to pass no comment about the quality of our defending. I'll wait for the game to finish and then maybe have a thought on it. If I'm lucky. Yeah, here comes the stoppage time goal. Oh, God, we're going to just randomly concede. No, I'm saying nothing. No words will be spoken about that anyway. Right, Freezy, here we go. Knock it back inside for Valev. Well, where's the run for Nobby?
Take off the Pope hat.
Oh, I thought that was going in. Kadirkman, 81. Thank you for the follow. Oh, yeah. Don't want to turn it around against Hearts. Excellent news. What about Celtic? Wow, they're 2-0 up against bloody... Oh, they're still on Conference League. But also, that's great news. No words, empty mouth. There we go. 3-2 victory. We've won away at Bayern Munich. I think we deserved to. Bermanetz is an insane striker. That's why I tried to sign him on a free. We'll take that. 3-2 victory away from home in Europe is excellent news. Particularly as we've got the home leg. We're usually much stronger at home. But the question is, did Dundalk hang on? I hope they did. Even if they go out, just taking anything from that. Yep, they did. Dundalk won, Liverpool won. They didn't even lose in the game. That's so good. Because that's 0.6 and then Sligo run again. So that's that's a full point we've just gained. My squad, I mean, what do you want to see specifically? Because our squad is 125 players. So is it 125? Was it actually 117? My apologies. So that I need more specifics. That would take a long time to get through. My 11. Okay, hang on. I'll show you the last 11 for the last game, but I don't want to spend too long on this because I want to have a look at this first. So I just want to see if they got mugged off. Obviously, Liverpool did get mugged off here, but I want to see how... Wow! Take that back. That was a completely fair result. Big up Dundalk. They just matched Liverpool there without really breaking a stride. Congratulate... Okay, they're actually onto something now. Fair play. So that should take us now to 12.4. What does that do to the gap? The gap basically remains the same, I'd say. Although we are starting to... Oh, Germany are really struggling. We might have a crack here. Merch, yeah, I know, El Gordo. I do want to sort it. It's just been so far down the priority list lately. We're trying to work on those extra videos. So, strikers, we've got Ada Uljo from Victoria Dugumadish. We have Valev, who was like 45 grand from Chunamora Varma in Bulgaria. He's ridiculous. Manea, of course, is from Farrell Costanza. Outrageous player, again. Limburg. Oh, he was from Brøndby. I thought he was from FC Copenhagen. Don't know why I thought that. Freeze definitely was, though. Boom. He's still worth 45 million. You'll love to see it. Cap! Thank you for the 22 months. You're on time as always, my friend. Dead on 3.
Aye, mon time, right?
It's such a strange phrase, but yes. Being Atletico as it stands, yeah. That would be really good. Imagine if they got through and actually played Celtic, because I think they could give them a go. They beat Man United. They beat Barcelona. That's be your Patreon. Ah. yeah, it's just... Unfortunately, that's unfortunately very old. It's just that the costs to keep it down, I think it's just not feasible, unfortunately. I'd have to use a third-party company to do it. It's just... I remember when my band was running merch back in the day, it was so unbelievably difficult to keep up with. It's just very old, unfortunately. We are going to do some merch. I want to get a... I want to do a capybara death metal band. I want to make merch that's basically not just like merch, it's clothes that just happen to be merch rather than the other way around. I know I've said this all the time. I want to do some cool stuff. It's just I just find an artist. It's just been so many other things I've been trying to do, unfortunately. I am just one man. Yeah, we could see it. I think it's unlikely with Scotland. Well, I thought the Patreon is. True. I mean, to be fair, it technically does still get you 20% off any merch I produce. I just haven't produced any yet. I tend to look at Patreon as more like a tip jar. Like, if people want to subscribe to Patreon, that's fantastic, and I'm very grateful for it. It's more of a like, thank you for the content. Those tiers are really only there just to sort of set things to be there, you know? That's why it's sort of... You can actually... Patreon, you can sort of pledge as much as you want on Patreon now. It doesn't actually have to be on the tiers, does it? Babyface at 37. He's certainly kept his complexion nice, hasn't he? He's managed to hang on to his... He's kept his youthfulness, I suppose. I think we already did just save it there, but I'm going to make sure I do, just in case. He moisturized. Speaking of moisturizing, I started doing a skincare routine that I found on TikTok. And I'll be honest with you, my skin is... ignore the blotchiness because of the camera, but it feels as smooth as a baby's smooth skin. It's really, really worked. Could be 17 will believe it. Hey, maybe he is. Maybe he's been lying to us all this time. So, who's streaming Football Manager this afternoon? I think I see Kev. I think. There he is. He's just starting. It's perfect. We get to send... Bloody hell, we have a lot of viewers. Holy shit. I didn't realise it was as many as that. Fucking hell. It's the only time I ever see the view count is when we go to raid someone. So usually it's quite... No, not quite low. It's still very high. But, boom. We're going to raid United City FM because he's just the loveliest man. And actually, while we're here, if you do want anything else to watch, I was on the Football Manager podcast. Sorry, Football Manager Therapy podcast. So if you want to listen to that as well, there's a link to that too. I'm trying to get better at plugging things at the end. El Gorda with the 5 gifted subs right at the very end. That raid is being sorted out at the same time as well. That's so kind of you, my friend. I don't have presents on this screen, or do I? No, that's a shame. Thank you so much for that, El Gorda. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you for joining me today. If you are new to the streams and you have enjoyed, drop a like. Drop a like. If you're watching this on the VOD later, drop a like. If you find a way to drop a like on stream, you do that. Right, for the moment though, Lord Extraordinary, thank you for the follow. I'll be back on Thursday, of course, with the rest of the knockouts. Hopefully, us going to another final again. That'll be kind of cool. And I'll see you tomorrow for some Nomads. It's going to be fun. See you soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. I literally can't press the raid button because the hype train thing's in the way. Go away. How do I literally can't press the raid button. Chat, looks like we're going to be chilling here for a minute. I'm unable to press the raid button because the hype train is close thing is covering it up in my interface. And I can't dismiss it because it's like a Twitch thing. I guess the raid will just automatically trigger. Hit view all. Yeah, I do that and it... there it is. The same raid now. Oh, it's going to go in 8 seconds anyway. We just have to let it go. It's grayed out. Raid now is grayed out. Bye-bye, chat. Oh, now it's going to work. There we go. Bye-bye.